may I request that we observe the moment of silent prayer and meditation to open our meeting? Thank you. May I therefore declare this meeting open and welcome all the honorable members and the members of the COCTA department and the members from the parliamentary team, members from the Demarcation Board, and all the guests we have on the platform. We're ready to start. Shireen, could I ask you? There you are, Honorable Lapus Kakhni. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, you muted, but it's fine. Then, Shireen, could we have the agenda? I need a mover for adoption of the agenda. You have the agenda on your mail. You're struggling to put your agenda up there. Can you look at our group just to confirm? Move it up a little bit. Can you have a mover for adoption?
I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Taibosh. Seconder?
I second, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Saints. Let's proceed. Today we are hosting a discussion on the legislation that is before us. Just give me a few minutes. Let me say before we proceed, we'll discuss the next issues that relate to the committee work a bit later. So members who wish to raise the issue about the meetings for tomorrow and subsequent, we will deal with that in the session where we deal with the way forward. There are a number of issues that I see members want to raise here, so we will deal with them at that point. I think if we can just focus on the presentation of the bill on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority bill, and we will be briefed about the amendments that have come from the NCOP and any other matters ancillary thereto. As the agenda indicates, we'll start by getting the presentation, and then later we'll have the parliamentary team commenting, then we'll have an open discussion from there. Could we then allow for that presentation, Shireen? All right. So we're going to invite Dr. Kevin Naidu to take us through the presentation, and then the members will come in after the parliamentary team would have made their contribution as well. Please proceed, Dr. Kevin Naidu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to all the honorable members in attendance and to my colleagues. I'm just trying to share my screen. Yes. Chair, so the presentation that I will be making this morning relates to the to the bill and to in particular, the engagements that had taken place in the Select Committee of the NCOP. I will provide a background, the genesis of the development of the bill, the engagements that had been undertaken by the provincial legislatures, a very high-level overview of what lives in the bill, and then the C list that was developed, which gave rise to the development of the D version of the bill. We will make a recommendation at the end of the presentation, but suffice to say, Chair, that the bill was processed in the NCOP, adopted on the 27th of November, and then processed to the Portfolio Committee for concurrence. So just as part of the genesis or the development of the bill, of course, one would know that this was the very first piece of legislation that flowed from the white paper on local government that set the basis for the determination of boundaries in municipalities. It is a 28-year-old piece of legislation that we are now going to be looking at repealing and replacing. So informed by the inputs from various previous boards, lessons learned, litigation, we had published the bill in the Gazette, in the Government Gazette, as we are required to do so in June of 2020. But before that, it was informed by, apart from that which I've just mentioned, engagements that we have had in workshops, more specifically, quite a huge workshop in March of 2017. After the publication of the bill for comments, we had a workshop, multi-stakeholder workshop in December of that same year. And because of the amendments that were being proposed, it necessitated the repeal and the replacement of the Demarcation Act that we have presently. This is the roadmap from 2022, when Cabinet had approved the bill to be introduced into Parliament. The Parliament had to also follow its own processes by publishing it in the ATC report, which was done in March of 2022. In March of the following year, the Portfolio Committee had published the bill for comments. Public hearings then followed in July, August, and September of that same year. And then the bill being considered and approved that it be referred to the NCOP on the 30th of November 2023. In October of last year, Chair, we had then, as the department, responded to the negotiating mandates that were submitted by the provincial legislatures. And that was done after the provincial legislatures had conducted briefings in the various provinces. Of course, the department was also invited to attend, provide clarity, technical advice on the provisions in the bill. And you would see that those briefings had taken place from February of last year, and the last being held in May of that year. You would see also that the hearings commenced in April, and with the last of the hearings being held in the various provinces in September of last year. So these are the dates, and we were, as far as possible, trying to see how best we would divide ourselves as a department to ensure that we would provide the support that was requested by the Select Committee. High-level overview of the bill. So the bill is structured thus. 5 chapters, 52 sections. In the first chapter of the bill, it deals with the definition and purpose of the bill or the act to be. Chapter 2 deals with the institution, the authority, the board, as well as the administration. When you look at the present act that we have in place, the first part of the act deals with some parts of the administration. It then deals with the work, the core business of the demarcation board, and then other matters relating to finance, etc. at the end of the bill. So in terms of what we have presently, the bill is structured thus that we have all of those issues in the first and the last parts of the act now put into the first portion of the bill as we have it. Chapter 3 then deals with boundary demarcation, so ward delimitation, as well as outer boundary determination and redetermination. But then also a separate chapter that deals with municipal capacity assessments. As you would know, we've migrated provisions in the Structures Act that deals with capacity assessments, as well as making reference to sections 9 and 10 in particular of the Municipal Systems Act. So you would see also in terms of what the board or the authority would need to do in the future to ensure that these capacity assessments are done timeously before the commencement of the term of local government, to be handed over to the incoming board to ensure that that which would be handed over in terms of capacity assessments would inform the board in terms of how it would need to process its work going forward. Miscellaneous matters are then dealt in the last chapter of the bill. The C list of the that was developed by the select committee, you would see that which has been shared with members, honorable members of the committee, deals with 7 different clauses. So the first clause deals with definitions which have been inserted. So a definition for organized local government, and of course, definitions provided here have to a large extent borrowed from other such definitions in other pieces of legislation. The C list also deals with what can I say, grammatical or editorial that were effected. So you would see the insertion of commas, semicolons, etc., to ensure that the reading of the bill was proper, which then gave rise to the D version of the bill, which has been shared with honorable members as well. So this is just the next 3 or 4 slides is just an amplification of the C list, Honorable Chair. As I've indicated, the clause 1, the insertion of definitions, organized local government and president. This is to ensure uniformity, as we have borrowed from other pieces of legislation where these definitions have been provided. Clause 5, a new provision inserted to promote and to educate the public regarding the functions of the authority. This was done in the main, Honorable Chair, to ensure that the work of the demarcation board, as we know it now, becomes popularized in the public, in the public domain. So pretty much like how the IEC would undertake voter education, it was felt necessary that the board undertakes a similar kind of program in relation to boundary determination, redetermination, and ward delimitation. In relation to clause 9 of the bill, it was felt necessary that in relation to the, let's say, disqualification of members that held political office, it not be left open-ended, but that a time frame be put in place. And that time frame, as agreed to by the committee, was 12 months. So after 12 months of holding a political office, which is defined in the bill, such person or persons would be able to become members of the board. In relation to appointment of board members, you would note from the sealers that this was provided to ensure that vetting and screening of candidates do take place, but it was also an editorial that was effected to ensure that there is proper reading of the provision in the bill. It was also felt necessary that at the instance the president makes the appointments, which will be published in the Gazette. So presently, there is no provision for publication in the Gazette. We've now ensured that it must be done. But in addition to providing just the names of the members of the board, we would now have the names together with the qualifications of such persons to be published in the Gazette. Clause 10 to 16. Clause 16 deals with committees and it requires, in the first instance, for the board to establish committees to assist with the performance of its functions, to require that the criteria as set out earlier in the bill apply equally to the appointment of members of the committee. So that would relate to the qualifications and experience that would be required of board members to also apply to members of committees. And here too, that when these members of committees are established, for their names and qualifications to also be published on the website of the authority. Clause 38 deals with the requirement that the appeals authority must be independent, impartial, and perform its functions without fear. So this particular requirement is provided earlier on in the bill to members of the authority, the board, and we're now extending it to ensure that the members of the appeals authority also be enjoined for this responsibility. Clause 43, the appeal authority proceedings. So in the bill, as it was submitted to Parliament, just referred to any person. It has now been extended to a group of persons aggrieved by any decision of the board. So it is much wider in scope than it was originally. So in essence, Honourable Chairperson and all members, honourable members of the committee, these are the changes that were effected by the Select Committee of the NCOP. And as I indicated at the beginning of my presentation, it was processed, adopted by the committee, the Select Committee and the NCOP on the 27th of November. You would notice from the ATC that 8 provinces were in favour, with the Western Cape province abstaining from that process. Honourable Chair, that is our presentation. I thank you for your attention and I will hand back to the Honourable Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naidu. May I request members to make any comments of any specific or general nature with regard to this bill, and then we will go back, get each of the clauses to be adopted one by one, each amendment, and then we get to the end of it, and that would be the closure. So let me get comments for now. Honorable Lapuskachne.
Good morning, Chair, and everybody else. Thank you very much, Chair. In general, I just want to ask the norm. At one stage, I know that there was a discussion previously in the previous portfolio committee in the National Assembly that we were not part of. The deviation from the existing norm of 15% to 30% when the limiting wards and then saying with a strict condition to avoid splitting of communities. I am concerned about that, and I would like to know what is the reason that it moved from 50 to 30%, and what would be is there any implication, because that is the way I understand it, that more powers is giving to the minister to move and to change the denomination instead of so the move of the balance of power to the minister is a concern. That is in general, that's not one of the clauses that's been dealt with here. And then there was also some comments about the municipal capacity assessment. If that's also not a clause that's been dealt with or changed in the NCOP, but as you know, I just want some more information on that, as there is an argument that's saying that actually municipal capacity assessment falls within the ambit of the province and national. If we can just kind of have some information about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaliphi.
Good morning to you, Chair, colleagues, the good doctor who was doing the presentation. Chair, maybe as a committee, we must also communicate our study tour in Denmark, whereby they process the act or the bills within a month, because the doctor's slides indicates that they started the process in 2017 and it's 2026, it's nearly 10 years now. But he mentioned that also it has to be taken into consideration the processes in Parliament. That is a side issue. Chair, when the committee was engaging about this bill, in a nutshell, the concern that we raised was the issue of resources, whereby the Demarcation Board does not have enough resources. Is it addressed in the bill? Because it will be useless and not going to help us if still the issue of resources is not addressed in the current or in the proposed bill, whereby we have raised this thing on numerous occasions that they rely on municipalities when they have to go and interact with the community. And they've been honest with us. So I'm requiring to the information if the bill is addressing that particular aspect. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Naidu, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to the honorable members for your questions. Honorable Labuschagne, so it is not the minister that deals with the work that the board undertakes. It is the board that would need to implement the provisions in the law, and more specifically the issue that is raised around the 15% and the 30%. Now, it is important to note that that move from the 15% to the 30% is very strict, in that it must be only applied in the instance where communities, traditional councils, traditional authorities, areas are being split. Okay, so when you look at the board, and it's section 35(2) in particular, which provides that the board may deviate by no more than 30% when there is a need to avoid the fragmentation of a continuous built-up area, where the voting station at which the voters reside in was outside of a ward. And then thirdly, there is a need to align the ward boundary to an identifiable topographic and physical feature such as a road, a river, mountain range, or proclaimed traditional council area. But it does not stop there. It goes on further to say that if the board intends to deviate from the 15 to the 30%, the board must publish first such intention in the Gazette for comment from members of the public and interested parties. So it is not a, if I can, in inverted commas, say, a free for all. There is particular conditions in place that needs to be looked at, but then also open for public scrutiny. So we believe that that check and balance in the bill would ensure that there's openness and transparency when it is dealt with, when the 15% is moved to the not more than 30%. Honorable Mkalipi, I think, like you rightfully say, the matter of resources has been raised on many a occasion in the portfolio committee, but also in other fora in government as well. Suffice to say that, when there is a need for the board to deal with matters relating to resources, it is a matter that we engage with the board, but also accompany and support the board in its interactions with the National Treasury. So that is as far as I can say in terms of the support that we do provide in relation to interactions when it does come to matters relating to financial resources. In fact, towards the end of last year, we had supported the board quite successfully too, in terms of getting additional resources for the board to undertake its operational expenses. Perhaps the last point to make in relation to resources and, looking at the provisions that we have in the bill, it would require such concomitant resources to also be made available for various aspects that would need to be implemented in relation to how the future of the authority would be looking at, be it the authority itself, but also in terms of the appeals authority, looking at the capacity assessment that must be done going into the future. So, Chair, I will stop there and hand back to the Honourable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naidu. Any more queries, comments, questions? Going one. Going two.
Chair,
Yes, please.
Chair, if I hear correctly, Dr. Naidu, they are still trying, but there is no guarantee that the board will be resourced in order for them to be able to do their work. They are still negotiating with the treasurer. So if the bill does not address that, we might as well forget about it, Chair. Because do you remember the last time when the Demarcation Board was here in the committee? I raised a simple question to say, how can you move? There was an issue of 2 VDs appearing on 2 wards, which is Ward 53 and Ward 52. And I indicated that you can't move 1 VD to 52 while in the middle there's Ward 57. And when we promised that we are going to deal with that issue later. But the point that I'm trying to raise, Chair, is to say, they can't go to each and every ward in South Africa to check themselves. They rely on a technical aspect of it to sit down and say, let us demarcate as per this. As a result now, I don't know if that information has been corrected or not. So if this matter is not adequately addressed, it's going to be a very challenging, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. There's a bit of a challenge Your point is valid. There's, however, a problem with the processes. The first issue is that we require to show objection or support for the principles of the bill. Now, I don't seem to be hearing that that's our problem. Then the next question is, will this bill be implementable? We need a guarantee of the budget's resource allocation that are necessary for it to be effective. We all agree to that. Only problem is that beyond making a point, it's going to be difficult to make a determination as to whether, come the next financial allocation, the Demarcation Authority will have been allocated adequate resources or not. Seeing that that process will come back to our Parliament, I suggest that we note the point, raise it with the Minister, and then we'll have to wait for the bill to pass. And once it's passed, we have to now focus on the budget and fight the issue of the budget at the point when the budget allocation is made, to say this bill is unimplementable, this authority may not be able to work unless the resources are increased to be satisfactory for the purposes of what the responsibilities of this authority will be. I think beyond that, it's going to be difficult to get anything more from Dr. Naidu beyond his understanding and conveying the message to the minister. It's going to be difficult because we're not dealing with the budget allocation at this point to be able to confirm whether the authority is financed to our satisfaction. I suggest to members that we need to keep that at the top of our heads as we deal with the budget next time. That's the only way we can keep an eye on this matter. But the purpose of today's meeting is to ascertain whether we give the legislation the support or we object on the basis of a principle, as opposed to future provisions that a different department, together with the minister, will have to make, which they can only commit once the bill is in operation. So that would be my issue on this one, and therefore propose that we move on to vote for the clauses so that we can close the matter. Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. I move in support of the bill, and also emphasizing that once the bill is adopted, the department should try to make sure that it's implementable and give it all the necessary support in terms of resources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Direko. Can you just take us through the clauses? Shirin, or maybe Dr. Naidu, let's just walk through the clauses one by one. Move it up. Okay, clause one, wait. Clause one, could you have, do you have any objections to clause one? If there are any objections, please raise your hands. If there are none, I take it we move on. It's accepted. Page clause 2, item 2, then on clause 5 rather. Any objection? If not, we will proceed as accepted. No objection. Clause 9. Move up. Clause 9. Any objection?
Sorry,
Yes?
can I, we don't read the clauses. You say, I can't read that fast. And
You
can we
can't?
just, I can't read that fast. Can we just read the clauses that we are sure that we know what is in the clauses?
I just assumed that the members were given the clauses, they read them, and also that the presentation was done on the same clauses. Now, if you want us to read them, okay, we can do that, but I was working on the basis that the members would have seen the clauses and that if there were objections, they would have made notes on them. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to read one by one. So you want us to go back and start from the scratch? Move
I
back.
have to start from scratch.
Excuse me. Okay. Can I ask Dr. Naidu, just help us with this one? Just read the specific amendment, then we move on. I will only rely on a hand being raised as an objection. I will not wait for everyone to say yes, because if people don't decide to say yes, then we're going to delay for no reason. Dr. Naidu, I think you might be quicker to do this.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. So in clause 1, the insertion of a definition for organized local government, which means an organization recognized in terms of Section 2.1 of the Organized Local Government Act of 1997 to represent local government nationally or provincially. The next insertion, if Shireen can go up, thank you, Shireen, is the insertion of, after the definition of political office, for the definition of president, which means the head of state and head of the national executive as contemplated in Section 83A of the Constitution. Clause 5, I'm not sure if I should pause, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, I'm going to do it this way. You've just done the first clause. I see no objections. Please proceed. If there are no
Thank you very
objections,
much.
please raise your hands. Please proceed, Dr. Naidu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Clause 5, so to insert a new paragraph, which is as follows: to promote and educate the public regarding the functions of the authority through the official website of the authority, any suitable media platform, including television and radio. And then the next revision to the clause was to omit D and to substitute D with an E.
Thank you.
I'll pause
Proceed to the
there.
next one. There's no objection.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Clause 9. So to insert a new paragraph F as follows: a person who has held a political office within 12 months from the date of being appointed as a member of the board. And then on page 7 of the same clause in line 14, to omit the F and to substitute it with a G. In clause 10, mostly,
Proceed.
thank you, Honorable Chair. Clause 10, mostly editorials as well. After persons, to insert comma, after comma, to insert after conducting the vetting and screening process, and after process, to insert a comma. And then on page 7 of the same clause, after names, to insert and qualifications. In clause 16, Shireen.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. After powers, to insert comma, and after the comma, to insert subject to budget and available resources. On page 9 of the same clause, to omit the to in parentheses, and then on page 9 in line 54 after committee, to insert and to co-opted advisory members. And then on page 10 in line 6 after names, to insert and qualifications. I pause.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Clause 38. In line 26, after record, to omit the word and. In the same clause, after act, to omit the full stop and to insert a semicolon, and after the semicolon, to insert the word and. and then the insertion of the following subparagraph E must be independent, impartial, and perform its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. Opposed, Honorable Chair.
Please proceed. No objections.
The last clause, which is clause 43, on page 21, after the word person, to insert also or a group of persons. That would be the changes effected to the bill, Honorable Chairperson. I hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naidu. That brings us to all the clauses. Now, there's already been a mover for adoption of the whole bill. Can I have a seconder? Honorable Labuskaghni?
Honorable Chair, I'm not so sure. Are you saying now that if we didn't object on any of these clauses, that we actually said that we voted yes on the bill? Because that is not how I see it. We have to be given an opportunity to say if we support the bill or we don't support or we abstain.
You were given an opportunity to comment on the bill. You could have indicated if you wanted to object or comment. In the absence of that, I would be ready to proceed, but if you want to be given an opportunity to indicate something, then I can do that. What's your
Yes,
proposal?
sir, because if I have an objection means I'm against it.
Yes.
But in some of these clauses that has not been amended by the NCOP, because it came back to us by being amended by the NCOP. In principle, there are some of these things that I have concerns about. So I would like to abstain. That is my choice on the bill. Thank you.
You're abstaining on the whole bill, because what I'm asking for now is we've got a proposal for adoption. So if I can just get those who second the issue of adoption, I will then have to come back to see if there's any one opposed, and then there's an abstention. So I'm aware now you're going to be abstaining. So let's sort out the issue of adoption. That's what I asked for first. Do we have a support for adoption? There's already a mover for adoption. Do we have a seconder? Honorable members, let's participate. We have a mover for adoption of the bill.
Chairperson,
Yes,
second for I second for adoption, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me then see if there is anyone who is opposed to the bill. I don't see a hand. Now, anyone who wants to abstain? I take it, Honorable Labuskaghni, that's who you are counting on. You also can make your comment on it.
Sorry,
You are
but just a little
muted.
bit. Yeah.
Say that again. Labuskaghni, I didn't hear what you say. I know you're abstaining, but you wanted to make a comment. You
No, I
muted.
just want to confirm that, Chair. I put up my hand and I just confirm that I'm abstaining.
You are abstaining. Thank you. So the bill is supported by a committee with one abstention and the rest supporting. So that closes this matter. This bill shall then proceed to the Speaker as having been concluded by the committee. Thank you very much. You are free to applaud if you want, or ululate, or smile, whatever you wish to do. But the bill is now supported. Let's move on to the next item. The next item is the IMSI bill. I'm going to ask for let's ask the parliamentary team to take us through the IMSI bill process. And then we're also going to get tabling of the issues that relate to the submissions from Andile, our researcher. So, Ms. Talana Hali seem to be ready. You're welcome. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Talana Halley Starkey, and I'm the legal advisor assigned to this bill, together with my colleague, Tracy Ann McGiven, who I will hand over to formally introduce herself. Tracy?
You are muted, Tracy. You can see your mouth is attempting to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
You are audible.
Great, thank you. Just greeting the honourable members and colleagues, and I am supporting Talana on the processing of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please proceed, Talana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Tracy. Honourable members, Chairperson, we were requested to provide guidance to the committee on the public participation process for the IMSI bill. I will just share my screen. That should be, can everybody see that? I'll take it that everybody can see that.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Sure. Okay. So, Chairperson, what I will do to save bandwidth is just switch off my camera for a bit. Honourable members, before we unpack the jurisprudence surrounding public participation, it will be beneficial for us to provide a brief overview of what is expected of this committee when processing a bill. So I have taken from the National Assembly rules and I have broken it down into steps in terms of what is expected from members, as I do believe that there are a few new members to this committee that aren't aware of the bill's process. So the first is who may initiate legislation. That can be found in National Assembly Rule 269, and that's the National Executive who prepares the bill, as this is an executive bill. We then look at the submission to the Speaker. So before the introduction, the Cabinet member or the Deputy Minister must submit to the Speaker the draft bill approved by the Cabinet, formally or informal, and a memorandum explaining the objects of the bill. Step 3 then would be that the committee process, and this is what the committee does in considering the bill. So once referred to the committee, the bill goes through the following steps. Public participation, which we will get into detail in my following slides. If published for public comment in terms of Rule 276, public comment is mandatory. But if not published for public comment, the committee may still invite the public for input. And this bill was published, and committee, I believe that the public have been requested to provide comments on the bill. So what is the committee's duties? So the National Assembly rules set out what is expected of this committee when dealing with the bill, and that's to investigate the subject of the bill, consider all public submissions, consult relevant departments. The committee may consult other committees if it so chooses, and then also consult the JTM if it is concerned about the tagging of the bill. The committee may not propose the following amendments, which is changing the bill's classification unlawfully, rendering it unconstitutional or procedurally out of order, extending the subject of the bill without first seeking permission from the Assembly, and then amending other provisions of that legislation without seeking permission from the Assembly. If we go then on to the motion of desirability, the committee must decide whether the principles and need for the bill are accepted. If it is rejected, the bill will then will be tabled immediately with a report. And if adopted, we will then follow clause by clause deliberations. So in terms of National Assembly Rule 2856, these are the formal committee stages. So there's first the briefing and discussions by the department on the content of the bill and the content of the public submissions, especially concerning policy decisions made in the bill. Then consideration of public submissions received by the committee. And as I said, the department will respond to these submissions, particularly around the policy decisions. Responses on legal issues, legal and constitutional issues that will be undertaken by myself and Ms. McGibbon. And then the motion of desirability, which I've just explained. And then further submissions, if required. And I'll go into details with regard to when are further public submissions required. Members will then deliberate, clause by clause consideration will follow. And then if there are any amendments, an A list will be drafted and a B bill will be developed. And then it goes to adoption of the final bill and the committee report. Step 4 is that the committee will report to the House. The committee will table the report, the final bill, the supporting memorandum. The report will include the JTM classification findings, recommendations, whether to approve, amend, or reject, details of the amendment, the majority and minority view. In our case, the JTM classified the MC Bill as a Section 76 of the Constitution Bill, and since it deals with province and municipalities, affecting provinces in a substantial measure. The final step then is the explanation to the Assembly, where our Honourable Chairperson or delegate will address the Assembly and explain the committee's report and assist with the debate. So that was just a brief understanding of what is expected of the committee. We'll now go into what is public involvement and what the Constitution and the rules says about public involvement. So let's start off with the Constitution. Section 59 and 72 of the Constitution provides that the House or the Houses must facilitate in public involvement in the legislative and other processes of Parliament. Section 118 of the Constitution further provides that provincial legislatures must also facilitate public involvement. This obligation is reaffirmed in National Assembly Rule 2866C, which I've just explained in detail in the previous slides. The courts require that Parliament provides meaningful opportunities for public participation in the lawmaking process, and Parliament takes measures to ensure that people have the ability or capacity to take advantage of those opportunities provided. So what is the level of public engagement? There are no rules set by the legislature that govern public participation per se. There's no legislation on what form of public participation should take. But the level of engagement with the public on whether to hold public hearings depends on various factors. The first being Parliament's own rules. So, like I've said, you would consider Joint Rule 12 and the public participation model, which I'll explain in the next slide. Joint Rule 12 states that public participation is subject to the Constitution, public participation model, and the practice note on public participation. You would then also look at what is the nature and importance of the legislation, the impact that the legislation will have on the public, any time constraints. If the bill is required to be urgently processed, that must be considered. But being mindful that money and time in itself is not a justification for a truncated time period. The efficiency of the lawmaking process must also be taken into consideration, as how effective is Parliament in providing that the legislation is dealt with in a timely manner. In this regard, the courts have held that the legislature has a significant measure of discretion, and that's where I'd like to pause, honourable members, that the discretion lies with this committee on what type of public participation the committee will use, when it determines how best to fulfill its role in public participation, in facilitating public participation. And this is taken from Doctors for Life International. In other words, the format that will be left up to this committee with due regard to the rules. So the next slide is the public participation model, and this is from Joint Rule 12. And as members can see, the public participation model that our Parliament uses has 4 various pillars, so to speak. It involves information and access to that information, consultation, whether you decide to do an actual physical hearing, a pre-hearing, submissions, And then involvement, so actual dialogue, hearing from the public, sitting with the public, interacting with the public, whether it be virtual, whether it be in person. And then feedback, which is the crucial stage of public participation. And this is where we as legal services and the department come in, where we actually respond to what submitters have requested. We engage with the public. The committee then deliberates on those submissions and makes an informed decision on how to change the bill according to what the public has suggested and the information provided by legal services and the department. So what do the courts say on public participation? One house, the National Assembly, cannot rely on another house. The NCOP cannot rely on the public participation facilitated by the provincial legislatures without ensuring that there were, in fact, sufficient processes facilitated. And this is taken from Lamosa. Parliament needs records to show what is done. In other words, we need proof and evidence that adverts were sent out, that there were records of attendees that visited these hearings. There needs to be summaries of submissions, and the outcomes of deliberations must be recorded. In relation to public hearings, we consider the Mohali judgment, and the courts have held that Parliament must ensure that pre-hearing workshops are conducted, that summaries of the bills, at least in 3 languages, are distributed, that invitations are sent at least 5 weeks before public hearings, that provincial legislatures should give at least 7 days notice, that there's accessibility to venues, that we prioritize certain groups, consider all written submissions, and provide adequate reports and records on public hearings. Finally, this brings us to the traditional and Khoisan leaders. If we look at Section 39 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act of 2819, the JTM will make a determination whether the bill affects traditional and Khoisan communities, and whether it pertains to a matter referring to Section 154(2) of the Constitution. If so, the JTM will then indicate that the bill must be referred to the National House for comments, and the National House has 60 days from the date of referral to submit comments to Parliament. I do believe that our bill has been sent to the National House of Traditional Khoisan Leaders, and we await their response if there is any. And what about further amendments? Members, I had explained in the beginning that at times there is a call for a second round of public participation. If we look at National Assembly Rule 2864K, it provides that the committee may recommend approval or rejection of the bill, or present with its report an amended bill or a redraft of the bill that was originally sent to the committee, provided that in the case of a redraft, the subject of the bill has not been extended without the permission of the Assembly as contemplated in B and C. So members, this basically says that should this committee decide to further amend the bill and to change certain sections of the bill, if this was an amendment bill, in our case, we have a new standalone bill, it's not amending previous legislation. If this committee had decided to amend other sections that weren't in the bill that arrived at the committee, we'd have to ask permission from the House to amend the other sections. But where amendments flow from the facilitation of public involvement, deliberations of the committee, oversights, responses, and advice, and where material amendments were made, you would have to call for a second round of public comments. And this is taken from Truewoods versus Minister of DTI and the Savage judgment. This is a grey area, and each case should be considered on its own merits. And we as legal services are there to provide guidance to the members should such an occurrence happen. Members, and this is where my presentation ends. I would just like to take a moment to say that I'd like to thank the committee for its time and also explain that these are the various factors that affect public participation, and they guide Parliament in making a decision on what type of format public participation should take. The committee is now tasked to consider how important this bill is, who the bill impacts, the time constraints, and the efficiency of Parliament, and whether public hearings in various provinces should be necessary. Public hearings in various provinces are not mandatory at this stage, but are encouraged in some circumstances. The emphasis, though, is that we need to provide South African citizens with a reasonable opportunity to engage with the contents of the bill. Therefore, the committee must consider who does this bill apply to, and whether those individuals have been given a reasonable opportunity to engage with the bill. The committee secretariat and the content advisor can provide a detailed breakdown of what public participation has been done to date, i.e. adverts, what audiences were targeted, the lengths of time for South Africans to submit input on the bill, and whether social media and Parliament's website was used. How many submissions were received, and particularly whether those submissions came from provinces, provincial legislatures, and municipalities. And with that, I'd like to say that the committee must consider the various jurisprudence on the matter and how I've set out what public participation should look like at and what factors to consider, and then make its decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Talana. I think that's largely clear in terms of what processes we need to follow. May I ask if the members want to ask questions so we can get further clarity and close that part? Okay, just to kickstart the issue, just talk again about this joint tagging mechanism, Talana.
Sure, Chairperson. So the JTM, what happens is before the bill is even presented to this committee, we as legal services will consider what the Office of the State Law Advisor have decided on the tagging of the bill. This bill was tagged as a 76 bill, which means that there are fixed provinces, which will change the way public participation will proceed in the NCOP, and whether they'll need a mandating procedure. So because it's a 76 bill, it will mean that when the bill goes from this house, it will go to the NCOP. The NCOP will then consider the bill, and should the NCOP make any changes, it will then come back to this bill for concurrence, similar to the demarcation, the municipal demarcation bill. I hope that makes sense, Chairperson.
And now it just misses the one portion about the National House of Traditional Khoisan Leaders.
Oh, you wanted to know about the National House of Traditional Khoisan Leaders?
In terms of your
Recording
joint tagging.
stopped.
Sure, Chairperson. So this bill was sent to the National House of Traditional Leaders for comment, and then there's a 60-day period where they can comment, and we need to find out from the Secretariat whether this was done and whether there have been any comments received from the National House of Traditional Leaders.
No, that's fine. I just thought that needed to be clearer to the members, because it's got an impact in terms of how this committee approaches the bill. Honourable members, any other question to Talana?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Van Wyk.
Chair, I would just like to know, since that the fact that the bill was sent to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders for comment, was the same bill also considered to be sent to the Khoisan leaders who are on the databases of COCTA, so they can also comment on it? I don't think it is fair to send it only to the National House of Traditional Leaders and Khoisan Leaders, but not directly to the Khoisan leaders, because they are not yet as part of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Wyk. Somehow I feel that maybe that question needs to come back to the committee, for the reason that the tagging mechanism will identify institutions that need to be, by law, be consulted. In which case, it's provinces and the National House of Traditional Khoisan Leaders. But when this committee identifies stakeholders, then it needs to take that point which we are making now into account, so that people who are being consulted might be consulted not necessarily because they are part of a house, but because they are recognized stakeholders by the committee that's processing the bill. So I think your point needs to be located that way so that we can take it forward. Talana, I'm not taking your job.
No, Chairperson, I think you answered sufficiently. I think nothing prevents this committee from reaching out to stakeholders and requesting them to appear before the committee to present on the bill. This has been done before with a number of bills within Parliament, where we contact people from various NPOs, various civil society organizations that have an interest in the subject matter, and we ask them to either do a presentation or present submissions in person to the committee.
Thank you very much, Talana. I think, Honourable Vivek, your point is valid. We're going to have to take it up when we look at the way forward.
Chairperson, thank you.
Sure. In the absence of any other comments, may we ask Andile to come through? Thank you very much to the legal team. I'm not saying you leave. I'm just saying that we're done with your presentation. We might
Thank you, Chair.
need to ask you questions as other issues arise, so please stay on. Andile, please take us through.
Good morning, Chair and members. I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible. Proceed.
Oh, okay. So I will provide a summary of the written submissions that have been received by the committee. Just as an overview, the bill was tabled to the committee on the 15th of April last year, as per the ATC of the same date, where the Speaker refers the bill to the committee for processing in accordance with Rule 2271 that enjoins parliamentary portfolio committees to deal with bills and other matters that have been referred to them. So the legal advisors already have provided the outline that should be followed by the portfolio committee when dealing with this bill. So I'm just reflecting on that there, particularly Rule 2866 that outlines the process that should be followed. So in line with Section 68AI, the Portfolio Committee invited the department to brief it on the bill as expected. And this was done on the 6th of May last year. In this sitting, the committee did adopt a framework for processing the bill. And then in this framework, we also incorporated the stages that are outlined in Rule 2866. So where public comment on a bill has been deemed necessary, the rule advises parliamentary committees to invite public comment by way of direct invitations, issuing press statements, advertisements, or any other manner. So interested persons must be given a period of at least 3 weeks to comment on the proposed legislation. So in this regard, the committee did make calls for public comments on the bill, and these were advertised in the following newspaper houses. The Free State Sun News issue of 25 July, where the advert was published in Sesotho, and then in Xitsonga in the Bushbuck Ridge News issue of 25 July, and then it was published in Siswati in the Low Filter issue of 31st July 2025, and it was published in Chivenda, in Goho News, and then published in Isolezwe, both in isiXhosa and isiZulu. And then it was published in Tavela, in Sipedi, Sunday Times in English, Pretoria News in Setswana, and Network 24 in Afrikaans. We are still, there's still an outstanding proof of publication with regards to isiNdebele. The advert was indeed published, but we don't have a record of that, and we are still in contact with the newspaper company trying to get hold of the record. So with regards to the timeframes for that were provided as far as this bill is concerned, the first cut-off date for written submissions was the 5th of September 2025, which was subsequently extended to 7th November 2025, and then again extended to the 23rd of January 2026. And then by the latter date, submissions were received from the following institutions. The first was the Active Citizens Movement, which is a nonprofit civil society organization, which is non-politically aligned and is part of a network of civil society organizations committed to constitutional, democratic, inclusivity, and integrity-related values and principles. Then there was the Northwest Provincial Government, KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government, and then the Public Affairs Research Institute, which has undertaken quite substantial research on governance, financial management, and service delivery in public administration at local level, and has done research on Section 139 interventions. Then the submission was received from the MEC for COPTA in the Eastern Cape, also from the South African Human Rights Commission. There was submission received from SALGA, which indicated that it was offered to be part of developing the bill as far back as 2018-19. And then submissions were received from the Western Cape Provincial Government, which has also passed a similar bill called Western Cape Monitoring and Support Municipalities Amendment Bill, from which some of its submitted proposals were adopted. And then there was a submission received from the Economic Freedom Fighters, and then a private person named Mr. Nkosko Nankozo also submitted, but his submission was from a social worker perspective, and he was primarily interested in the delivery of social services. So his submission really didn't relate much to the content of the bill. And then there was a submission received from the Uprising Foundation, which is a non-profit organization. There was also submission from the Local Government Advocacy and Learning Framework, which is a coalition of organizations consisting of 80 civil society organizations. And then there was submission from CoLab Africa, which is also a CSO working to advance functional and responsive local government. Submission received from the Commission for Gender Equality, and then the City of Cape Town, and a private person by name of Mr. Hendrik du Toit, but he was more concerned with water and water services law, particularly the Water Services Act, and then his submission was made from that perspective. And then submissions was received from AfriForum, which is another CSO, and finally from a Youth Policy Lab, which I also assume is a CSO, although their submission didn't really indicate who they are. Then the next section is a summary of submissions, and it's quite lengthy section, as Chairperson, and you will guide in this regard, because the submissions deal extensively with the content of the bill, and you will guide as with regards to how much detail I can go into, whether the committee will be interested in the detailed subject matter right now, or when doing a close-by-close analysis of the bill. Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. So the first submission came from the Active Citizens Movement. So from their point of view, they believe that the bill is a step forward in terms of consolidating and clarifying intergovernmental roles in provincial and municipal support and oversight. However, they feel that the success of the bill will hinge on transparent, effective, and an efficient implementation plan, political will, institutional capacity, and a genuine commitment to sound cooperative governance principles, including those set out in the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act of 2000. So they feel that without effective implementation and protection against possible poor administration and or financial abuse, the bill will risk entrenching the very dysfunctions it is aiming to resolve. So Parliament, they feel that Parliament has repeatedly and rightly requested that the executive conducts social economic impact assessments before introducing the bills to Parliament. However, the movement has not been able to locate the impact assessment or the policy which should have preceded this particular bill. For the public or any stakeholder to consider whether the bill achieves or addresses the problems and the context that necessitated it, it is crucial to have this particular impact assessment. The bill must strengthen intervention powers while ensuring that the developmental, local government, and community accountability are not undermined. So the movement supports the bill based on the following principles: the principle of legal certainty and procedural clarity. They support it on the basis of structured early warning and monitoring systems which are provided for. They support it on the basis of its emphasis on support over punishment. They also appreciate the fact that it provides checks and balances as far as the requirements for intervention reports to be tabled in the NCOP, and also providing for regular reviews, helping to ensure transparency and curb the abuse of power. However, the movement also had concerns as follows. They feel that there's issues with the structure and the bill's readability. So they feel that the bill is poorly organized and it's also poorly structured and is repetitive in many places. They also have issues with definitions, whereby the bill defines the minister as a member of cabinet responsible for cooperative governance. They feel that for ease of readability, correct interpretation, correct understanding and correct implementation of the legislation, it was necessary for the bill to be explicit regarding which minister is referred to in the various sections. Also, they have issues with the term national executive to mean the cabinet. Since the term cabinet is more popular and used more widely, it will be easier for the public to understand the bill better if the term cabinet is used instead of national executive. Furthermore, the bill uses the term national executive member to refer to a member of the cabinet responsible for specific legislation. So they feel that it would help if the bill could simplify its language in this instance and simplify terms such as minister responsible for specific legislation. As it stands, obligations of the national executive and the national executive member respectively tend to be confusing to the reader. The terms support and additional support are used in the bill. These terms are not defined. It is strongly recommended that these terms be defined. And then they go into the specific clauses where they have concerns. The first one relates to chapter 1.
Sorry, please unmute. Please mute those who are breaking into the presentation. Proceed, please.
Okay, so chapter 1, paragraph 3, which relates to the establishment of national and provincial coordinating committees. They feel that it doesn't make sense to refer to structures in chapter 1, which deals with interpretation and applicability in the Act. Firstly, structures established for interventions have nothing to do with interpretation and applicability in the Act. Secondly, it is not logical to refer to structures without first referring to the substance of interventions. And then they go further on to substantiate on their objection to this particular clause. And then they go on to paragraph 4, which relates to the exercise of powers, duties, and functions of the national executive. They feel that there is no logic in having this section in chapter 1 as well, because this should not be in this place where the bill deals with interpretation and applicability. Then specifically section 4, subsection 1, the rationale on why national executives should exercise powers in relation to provincial intervention is not understood. It should be considered if the Premier's office should be allocated with this accountability. These issues are material and should be considered. Then section 5, subsection 1 refers to provincial executive, but the constitution of this executive is not set out. Then they go on to the second chapter, which deals with monitoring and support of provinces. They feel that the bill fails to use this legislative opportunity to establish a principle that national departments or ministers should have the right to monitor whether a province fulfills its executive functions or not. Instead, the bill assigns the function of establishing a national monitoring system for the monitoring of provinces to the Minister of Public Service and Administrations. For the organization, it seems very cumbersome for a single department to have oversight over monitoring for all the concurrent functions by the national government over provincial government. So they propose that the concurrent national department, rather than the DPSA, should undertake monitoring in terms of national norms and standards and its own metrics of monitoring. And then they go on to substantiate this this particular argument. And then with regarding the second part of chapter 2, which deals with national support for provinces in need, they feel that paragraph 8, which deals with support to provinces, does not set out the source of the funding. While chapter 7 deals with funding for national interventions, the bill does not clarify who should pay for the cost of national support to provinces and which sanctions Parliament should apply. So the movement submits that paragraph 8 should clarify the source of funding for the national support of provinces. And then they go on to paragraph 8, subsection 2, which is about communication from the Premier to national. The proposed approach here is clumsy and long-winded, they feel. Instead of the Premier communicating to the national department, which in turn communicates with the minister, it may be simpler for the Premier to communicate directly with the relevant minister. And then they go on to paragraph 8, subsection 4. They feel that it's too detailed. It does not spell out the processes that are commonly adopted by national ministers and departments. Then on paragraph 9, which outlines in detail what it means by the notion of additional support, they feel that while the list in paragraph 9 is comprehensive, it was silent on the support role that national government plays with regard to avoiding or reducing malfeasance, endemic corruption, and fraud in the province. And then on paragraph 10, they feel that it repeats much of what is already reflected in chapter 3. Then chapter 3, which deals with national interventions in provinces, the bill proposes intervention mechanisms. Okay, they say that the bill's proposed intervention mechanism risk creating a hierarchical power structure that could undermine constitutional principles of cooperative governance. And then they feel that part 1 of chapter 3 was repetitive and it did not have a good flow and logic in the manner of its framing, and it was unduly complex. And then paragraph 12, which deals with alternative steps, is actually the same as the intention of paragraph 11, which deals with determining whether an intervention is appropriate. And then they feel that it makes sense for section 12, 1A, 1B, 1C to be combined with paragraph 11, which deals with whether the intervention is appropriate. And then they go on to paragraph 14, which deals with determination of appropriate intervention step, which they feel that is similar to paragraph 11, which deals with determining whether intervention is appropriate. They feel that it does not make sense to repeat this information in paragraph 14. Therefore, they suggest that paragraph 14 should be absorbed into paragraph 11. They also feel that critical oversight is missing and no parliamentary oversight committee is proposed for monitoring decisions. Intervention teams, as provided for in clause 14, appointed through executive discretion rather than an independent panel. And they feel that there was a limited judicial review of the provisions. Clause 34 restricts courts to procedural matters. They also raises issues with the funding model presented in clause 22 to 25. And they have concerns about unfunded mandates for monitoring compliance. the potential diversion of the equitable share allocation as a punitive measure, and lack of safeguards against politically motivated conditional grants. And then they have practical concerns around overlapping mandates with existing Chapter 3 institutions. No capacity building provisions for underperforming municipalities are provided. And there was a risk of creating parallel bureaucratic structures. And then they recommended that there should be an independent intergovernmental mediation councils implement. They recommend that there should be a graduated response protocol before full intervention. And then they recommend the introduction of sunset clauses for extraordinary powers. And they feel that there should be a requirement for parliamentary ratification for interventions exceeding 60 days. Then the Chapter 7, which deals with miscellaneous matters, they feel that paragraphs 73 and 74 repeat much of what is already reflected in earlier chapters. And they feel that there's no value in repeating information. And then paragraph 75 should ideally be linked to the section that deals with the National Coordinating Committee and the Provincial Coordinating Committee. And they feel that it doesn't make sense and it is not logical to refer to chair and secretariat in this section, and in another section refer to the structure and function of the PCC and NCC. They suggest that paragraph 75 be removed and absorbed in a more appropriate space. And then they have issues with limited community involvement. They feel that the bill regulates relationships between the spheres of government, but does not create mechanisms for community participation and interventions. They feel also that there's a lack of clear monitoring and evaluation framework. While the bill mentions monitoring, it does not specify performance indicators, timelines, or reporting mechanisms. Then they have issues regarding overlapping mandates and legal duplication. They feel that the bill risks duplication with existing provisions of the Systems Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. And then they have issues with lack of preventative capacity building measures. And they feel that while the bill emphasizing interventions, it does not provide adequately for capacity building in struggling municipalities. Then they raise concerns around the risk of political manipulation. They feel that the appointment of administrators or executive representatives may be subject to political interference, which could undermine the credibility and impartiality of interventions. And then they also point to weak financial oversight, whereby the bill does not explicitly integrate the financial recovery mechanisms already established in Chapter 13 of the MFMA. And in conclusion, they feel that their analysis suggests that the bill in its current form risks constitutional challenges while failing to address systemic issues or systemic causes of intergovernmental dysfunction. A revised version should balance oversight with cooperative governance mechanism. Then the second submission comes from the Northwest Provincial Government. So they go straight to Chapter 3, which deals with national intervention in provinces. Part 7, which deals with procedures for imposing, reviewing, amending, and revising and terminating interventions. They feel that the stakeholders should endeavor to give consideration towards preventing unnecessary litigation and processes that may work against the spirit and letter of cooperation between the spheres of government before the intervention is initiated. Consideration should be given to either object or input into why an intervention should not be implemented first, and processes already implemented to address shortcoming. And then they highlight their concern regarding clause 41, subsection 2. They feel that municipalities may not have the required systems in place, especially the smaller or undercapacitated municipalities. They feel that there should be consideration for such systems to be uniform in format and implemented by the national or provincial governments over a certain time period. The areas should be clearly defined to avoid unnecessary ambiguities. Then they have various observations relating to the reporting processes from the municipalities to the MEC for local government. These processes seem not to be included in the bill. This could be strengthened by requiring the mayor or administrator to report to the MEC on a monthly basis. An intervention should only be considered if all other measures to support the municipalities in resolving its financial and related problems have been exhausted. They feel that there seems to be no mention of pre-assessment, informal interventions, discretional or mandatory interventions previously undertaken, and assessment of failures or successes. The bill needed to affirm the importance of these factors. The bill should place emphasis on the hard and fast rule on requiring the municipalities to adhere to internal dispute resolution as espoused in the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, as opposed to whimsically seeking interventions of the courts. The third submission was from the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government. And they indicate that the necessary comments were previously submitted to the Minister of Cooperative, and the bill's contents appear to be in order and do incorporate the submissions that were previously made by the province. However, they do have additional comments to make regarding section 49. They feel that it should be reviewed in order to avoid labor relations implications, which are most likely to arise if a municipal official is suspended by the provincial executive. So they propose an amendment to clause 49, subsection 1, and they feel that it should read as follows, that the provincial executive may, through the appointed administrator, suspend. Then they feel that section 50 should provide clarity in respect of the status of district council members who are representatives from local municipalities as far as municipal dissolution is concerned. And then sections 52 and 53, they feel that this should be reviewed. The provincial treasury should be replaced with the MEC responsible for local government in the province. Then they feel that a separate process before dissolving district municipalities should be explored and included as a separate section in the bill. Then, with reference to section 61, they feel that the section should provide for the calculation of days within the minister, that is 28 and 180 days within the minister, and within which the Minister and the National Council of Provinces may consider the decision of the Provincial Executive Council to intervene in a municipality in terms of Section 191B of the Constitution. And then Section 67, they feel that the section should prescribe the minimum requirements relating to the skills, expertise, competencies, and qualifications for persons to be appointed as administrators or provincial executive representatives, unless such is prescribed in the regulations. With regard to Section 70, subsection 3, they feel that this should include an additional condition that the provincial executive may terminate the employment of the administrator or the provincial executive representative on the ground of seeking employment in the municipalities in which they were appointed. And then finally, in Section 72, they feel that before the word close out, or before the word report, the word close out should be included. The fourth submission came from the Public Affairs Research Institute, which welcomes the bill as a necessary step to restoring government accountability and performance, while noting that the bill needs significant improvements. They feel that despite its good intentions, the bill contains notable structural weaknesses. Firstly, the criterion for interventions, they feel that it's vague. A purpose of the bill is to clarify when and how higher authorities should intervene. But the broad definition of executive obligation as any mandatory instruction in law to exercise a function continues to allow for subjective interpretations of what the triggers for interventions are. They feel that the bill elaborates a monitoring and early warning system that is likely to show that an overwhelming number of institutions are in crisis and in need of intervention. The state, however, does not have the capacity to address failing state institutions all at once. In some, there is overwhelming need for support in the face of limited capacity to provide support. This fact must be grappled with and catered for in the Act. And then they feel that there are a number of instances of procedural inconsistency and apparently conflicting authorities that are established in the bill. For example, in Part 5, Section 19, it is the National Coordinating Committee that can suspend an official. Secondly, initiate disciplinary procedures, but it is Cabinet that can delegate these powers to a cabinet member. So they feel that the bill needs to be carefully checked for procedural consistency, including in its allocation of authority. Then they feel that the bill could explore when national government can take over a province's executive obligation to intervene in municipalities. This could provide a stopgap for situations where a province is failing to uphold its duties over government. Then they feel that the bill does not appear to provide sufficient opportunity for interested persons, such as local residents and civil society, to influence, support initiatives and interventions. This role could conceivably be afforded at the point of initiation through petition procedures. And they feel that if such opportunities are established and managed effectively, they can become an important bulwark for the goals of interventions. Then the fifth submission came from the Eastern Cape provincial governments. They have concerns around Section 5, subsection 2, the delegation to the MSC for local government and the delegation to the MSC for finance may confuse role clarification and where the function lies. They feel that it is preferred that Treasury be delegated this function. So the part that talks to the MEC for local government should be removed. Then as far as Section 8 is concerned, it has been proven that interventions in municipalities require support from a multidisciplinary team. The support should therefore be referred as a multidisciplinary support. In terms of Section 11, which makes provisions for the National Coordinating Committee to notify the province in writing about the intention to place it under Section 100, and the province must respond in writing. However, there is no time frame that is provided. There should be an insertion in this section stating the time frame for the province to respond to the letter of intent from national government. Then Section 17, the department's observation is lack of political will to cooperate. There's also non-cooperation by the Sections 54 and Section 56 managers with the support intervention team. There must be a delivery agreement between the MEC and or the minister, the mayor, and the speaker on the intervention commitments. The bill needs regulations to provide details on the provisions to guide step by step the roles of the appointed person and the role of existing manager in the municipality during the intervention. And then Section 17, subsection 2, they feel that this provision is not particularly adequate and needs to be specific as regards to who is to be consulted. Role definition and commitment to cooperate should be well documented. Section 27, the department's observation is that the directives are often not gazetted. It is usually a letter from the national minister to the mayor, and the letters received is sometimes a problem. Notices of intervention of land in the wrong hands and get published in the print media. The bill must provide for intervention that has an exit strategy. Then, as far as Section 35 is concerned, the bill should introduce a clause mandating the systematic analysis of Section 71 and Section 72 MFA reports alongside other risk indicators such as protests and audit findings. These should trigger formal assessment and support processes before the escalation of an intervention. And then as far as Section 35, subsection 4 is concerned, they feel that this section should be rephrased to read, the national and provincial government must monitor municipalities in terms of Section 10 of the Municipal Systems Act and Section 5 and Chapter 13 of the NFMA. And in this regard, a standardized electronic monitoring system to monitor municipal performance should be created. And then Section 40, the word may in this section is not obligatory, non-committal, and weakens the section and the action required. And they feel that this section, the word may should be substituted with the word must, as to fully commit the MSC to implement subsection A. Section 40, subsection 4, they feel that there's no timeline set for the relevant municipality to comment on the intended intervention. They suggest that a timeline should be inserted, such as within 14 working days from the receipt of the notice for the intended intervention. And then Section 43, they feel that the section should be rephrased to read, to determine whether an intervention step considered by the provincial executive in terms of Section 44 is appropriate, is contemplated in Section 139(1) of the Constitution, the MEC for local government. Section 44, subsection 2, the subsection to be rephrased to read, the provincial executive may, in terms of subsection 1A, designate district municipality, a national department, or a national public entity as a consultant for a municipality only if the district municipality, national department, or national public entity agrees to the designation, and if such municipality or national department or entity have such competency as required. Finally, section 52, subsection 4, they feel that the bill should stipulate what happens to the employment contract of a person in the meantime, particularly section 54 and section 56 managers, while the municipality is under administration. The sixth submission came from the South African Human Rights Commission. The Commission welcomes the desire to address and close the legislative gap through the development of this bill. They feel that it will provide a clear normative framework on how the constitutionally ordained powers of support and intervention will be invoked. Then regarding section 6, which deals with the introduction of an early warning monitoring and reporting system to serve as an alert for the potential non-fulfillment of an executive obligation. And I feel this is a welcome inclusion, particularly in the context where it has been argued that the intervention by the provincial or national government are belated. So the addition of a system of monitoring will ensure that the provincial and national governments are able to diagnose and detect signs of municipal failure or collapse at an early stage to ensure that tailor-made solutions are provided very early on. And then regarding section 6, they feel that this is to be welcome because it gives effect to the constitutional duty of providing support imposed on the provincial sphere of government as enshrined in section 154 of the Constitution. And regarding section 7, which introduces a heightened monitoring to detect and diagnose challenges at provincial level from the outset, that they feel that this is a crucial legislative insertion. And then section 35, the inclusion of an aspect of self-monitoring within municipalities is felt to be critical because it will ensure that municipalities are not relegated to passive bystanders in their own affairs. And then regarding section 36, the Commission recommends that the timeframes should be built into this clause, particularly the timeframe within which the relevant MEC must approve or disapprove the request for support. Then section 38, they feel that the absence of an inbuilt timeframe is of concern. The clause could have provided that the MEC responsible for local government in the province has 30 days after being alerted through the provincial monitoring system to an impending or actual failure by a municipality to fulfill any of its executive obligation to take the necessary action listed in clause 38A and B. They feel that the inclusion in section 47 is to be welcome as it bars the municipality from withdrawing its staff, resources, or funds to instances where a provincial executive assume a responsibility in a municipalities. So the section further creates an injunction to the municipality to provide staff, funds, or resources to the provincial executive during the period of assumption of responsibilities. So it is felt that this will assist in dealing with the prevalent instances of obstructive tendencies, whereby municipal councils and municipal personnel were uncooperative, where an intervention was invoked. Section 49 empowers the provincial executive during an intervention to suspend an official who is obstructive to the implementation of the intervention. However, the Commission feels that cautions that the power of the provincial executive to suspend an official should not be unbridled, because it may be open to abuse. So they feel that measures should be included to check the utilization of powers of suspension to avoid such powers being abused.
Sorry, Andile.
Yes, Chair.
I see here that Meromotu means on its own motion or of its own accord.
Of its own accord. Thank you so much, Chair. All right. Then Section 64, providing for the administrator or any person appointed to have unfettered access to documentation, records, and information will assist in the effective execution of the duties. And then regarding Section 66, requirement of a closeout report is a very welcome insertion. Firstly, it will ensure that all stakeholders are aware that the intervention has ended. Secondly, it will also assist all stakeholders to be able to ascertain if the intervention yielded success or not. Section 67, the requirement for a list of persons approved by the Minister to serve as an administrator, national or provincial executive representative, is a welcome inclusion. It cannot be gainsaid that an incoming administrator, national or provincial representative requires the trust of the community to be able to execute their duties. Public participation in state affairs is a central tenet of the South African democracy. The involvement of the public in the affairs of the state enhances good governance and enriches the decision-making processes. And then as far as Section 77 is concerned, the injunction that the administrator's national or provincial executive representative is issued with terms of reference is also to be welcomed, as it will curb instances where the administrator, national or provincial executive representative, and the entire municipality is not clear on the envisaged role during this the stint as the administrator. And then Section 72, the need for a report to be prepared by the administrator is to be welcomed. However, the Commission recommends that the clause should provide that the administrator, national or provincial executive representative must provide regular report backs, such as monthly reports to communities for them to gauge and assess if the intervention is progressing well or not. In summary, the South African Human Rights Commission welcomes the bill and trusts that it will provide a normative framework regulating the invocation of sections 100 and 139 of the Constitution. The Commission is optimistic that the bill will enhance heightened provision of support and monitoring to the provincial and local spheres of government to enable them to adequately be capacitated to fulfill their obligations in terms of the law and the Constitution. The seventh submission came from the South African Local Government Association, which welcomes the process of processing the bill and feel that it will provide certainty and uniformity on the application of sections 100 and 139 of the Constitution. For SALGA, it has been a concern for nearly a decade that the bill has been delayed for nearly a decade. Then regarding section 37, inevitably the absence of available resources will affect the ability of the MEC for local government and national government to direct the required support to municipalities timelessly and will definitely contribute negatively to the deployment of support. Therefore, SALGA recommends that Section 77 should be reviewed within the context of the risk of unavailability of resources, which is a reality for many provinces and national government. And then regarding Section 38, they point to a need to address the assumption that provincial and or national government have readily available capacity to deploy to municipalities. There are clear instances where the involvement of organized local government could add value earlier rather than later. The involvement of organized local government is only provided for during reporting. And then Section 42 2A, the MEC's imposition of measures aimed at regulating decisions may be abused. Executive decision-making is a constitutional authority of municipal councils and should be respected. And then there's 8 submission has been received from the Western Cape provincial government. You will recall that the province has its own related bills, so they have a very, very, very detailed submission, which is quite lengthy. Basically, they note that the bill is not supported in its current form due to serious concerns raised regarding the constitutionality of certain provisions of the bill. They feel that notwithstanding the numerous sets of comments they have previously submitted to the department regarding the unconstitutionality, they feel that these provisions still remain in the bill. They feel that they have not been provided with the comments and response and a response report in respect of the comments that they had previously submitted. They feel that it is constitutionally impermissible for the bill to provide for the delegation of functions conferred by sections 113 and sections 139, 1, 4, and 5 of the Constitution on the national and provincial spheres of government. The manner in which the bill confers powers and duties on functionaries must be comprehensively revised to ensure both that it is constitutionally sound and that the bill would be implementable. They feel that in the current form, the bill will create unnecessary red tape and prevent the ability of the provincial executive to intervene timelessly. They identify many strict compliance procedures that are created by the bill that should be followed by the provincial executive in order to effect interventions. And they feel that these procedures create significant leeway for municipalities and other interested parties to subject decisions to intervene to judicial review. And then they make reference to various constitutional courts and high court judgments in which interventions have been set aside in the context of the existing framework for procedural and technical reasons. They feel that it is evident from several provisions that the bill places a significant additional reporting burden on provincial executives and other parties in many instances. The additional reporting burden will likely have significant human and financial resource implication for provinces. Funding mechanisms or resource support for intervention should therefore be considered. Processes envisaged in the bill appear very cumbersome for low-capacity municipalities. The COPTA department does not have the capacity to support municipalities or provinces. It should rather build provincial capacity to support municipalities. There was a risk of duplication of efforts in the requirements in the bill. It should be noted that the bill does not specifically envisage requests for information records and documents before an intervention is initiated. Power to compel a municipality to provide the provincial executive with information before intervention is critical, as it allows the provincial executive to obtain information and properly assess whether an intervention is in fact needed. The Western Cape Provincial Government proposes that consideration should be given to the inclusion in the bill of provisions to allow proactive monitoring and information gathering, and so they detail the steps in which this should be done. They feel that it should be provided that the provincial executive or its authorized designee should have full and unrestricted access to any file, document, book, or written or electronic record or information of the municipality. Any staff member or representative of the municipalities should be further provided that the provincial executive should enter the properties or premises of or under the control of the municipalities, should direct a person to produce or deliver the file, any such file, document, book, or written electronic record information. Inspect and question any person about such file, copy and make extracts of such file or document, and this should be paid for by the municipality. Alternatively, the bill should contain a provision which specifically contemplates such provision in provincial legislation. And then they make the note that these have been provided for in the Western Cape monitoring and support of municipalities amendment bill of 2025. And then they go along into detail into the substance or subject matter of the bill, starting with the long title. The manner in which the sentence in line 4 is structured is grammatically inaccurate and renders the provision unclear. And then they propose a particular formulation. Then they go to the preamble. They propose a particular preamble as specified there. Then they go on section 1, the definition of the word delegate. They feel that the definition does not align with the specific requirements for a delegation. And then the second definition they have issue with relates to executive obligation. They propose that in view of the nuanced nature of the judgments of the court on what constitute an executive obligation within the meaning of sections 100 and 139 of the Constitution, they feel that this definition should be either omitted or, if included, reworded as followed, and then they provide a particular suggestion there. And then on section 1, definitions of a municipality, then they feel that the definition of a municipality should make reference to the definition used in the Municipal Systems Act. Section 2, they feel that the bill contains numerous clauses that apply new or different requirements to interventions in terms of section 139.4 and section 5 of the Constitution. Interpretation problems and confusion as to what the actual requirements are in relation to interventions under section 139 of the Constitution will make this provision difficult to implement successfully. Then regarding section 4, it must be made explicit that the power to approve an intervention under clause 13 may not be delegated by the national executive. Then they expatiate on this point in further detail as written. Then section 4, they feel that insofar as this section purports to provide for the delegation of the power to approve a particular intervention under section 100, this is constitutionally impermissible. Insofar as
somebody needs to mute. Please just check your mic and mute. Please try and round up, Andile.
So then they have issues regarding sections 5, section 6, section 7, section 8, all the way, Chair, as I said earlier, it's quite a detailed, lengthy submission up to, in fact, they have issues with almost all the clauses that are in the bill. They have particular input to make up to clause 77. Then the ninth submission was received from the economic freedom fighters. They feel that the section 7 needs to clarify why the Minister of Public Service and Administration has the responsibility of establishing a monitoring system. And then they have issues with section 8. They feel that the resources to be made available are not specified. Then regarding section 12, they feel that the proposed forums specified proposed in this section should be specified. Then regarding section 19, they feel that the section does not specify the duration of the suspension that is provided for. And then section 19, they feel that the word may should be a must rather than may. Section 19, they propose that no person from the private sector should be appointed to take over a suspended official's government functions. Then regarding section 24, they propose that the person that may be designated to exercise the accounting officer's duties and functions during an intervention should only be an official in the department's employ. Then section 27, they feel that the review should be done bi-monthly and reports submitted within 3 months. And then section 28, they feel that the national executive should rather be reinforced rather than removed, as provided for in this section. And then section 41, they feel that the courts should be invoked in this particular section. Section 42, the EFF here proposes that all appointments done during the intervention should be on an acting capacity. Section 46, they feel that the person from the national department or that any person from the national department or the private sector should not be eligible for appointments. And then section 49, which provides for provincial executive to suspend a municipal official, they feel that that no person from the private sector should be appointed to replace suspended official. And then section 50, they propose that the clause be removed on the basis that there's a code of conduct responsible for regulating consular behavior. And then with regards to section 50, organization proposed that the clause be removed as it is too vague. Section 52 proposes that no official of the province or national should be appointed as an accounting officer. And then 53 proposes that the entire section should fall away because they believe that it appoints 2 people as accounting officers. Then finally, section 56 proposes that the review should take place twice a month. Then there was the 10th submission from the private individual. As indicated earlier, the person is primarily interested in the delivery of social services, particularly in Pretoria's Mamelodi Township. And so his submission is made in that particular context. And then he refers to section 21A, whereby he feels that provinces and municipalities were far from families and communities where services should be delivered. And then he also refers to section 8.1, where he's concerned that government departments were there a long time ago, but still services were not reaching the people. The 11th submission was from the Uprising Foundation, which welcomes the bill as a necessary legislative intervention to bring clarity, consistency, and procedural certainty to the implementation of sections 100 and 139 of the Constitution. They feel that the formalization of monitoring systems, coordinating committees, and support mechanisms will strengthen cooperative governance and align as well as with sections 41, 125, and 154 of the Constitution. Then they have issues with early warning monitoring systems. They recommend that minimum national early warning indicators should be prescribed by regulation to ensure consistency across provinces and municipalities. And they felt that CSOs and other CPOs should be formally recognized as supplementary sources of early warning information. And then with regards to the appointment of administrators and executive representative, they recommend that there should be clear competency, independence, and conflict of interest criteria that should be prescribed for administrators. And then they feel that there should be mandatory public reporting obligations by administrators. Skills transfer and exit strategy should be compulsory in order to prevent prolonged dependency and ensure institutional sustainability. And then they have recommendations relating to democratic accountability, whereby intervention reports submitted to the NCOP and provincial legislatures should be made publicly accessible, except where the law prohibits that. And then Parliament be empowered to request an independent impact evaluations of long-running interventions. And then communities affected by intervention should be formally informed of the objectives, duration, and the expected outcomes of an intervention. Regarding consequence management, they recommended that it should be clearly linked to existing disciplinary, criminal, and civil recovery processes under the existing legislations. And then lessons learned from intervention should be consolidated into an annual National Intervention Review report. And then with regards to financial sustainability, they recommend that intervention costs should be clearly budgeted and disclosed, and Treasury oversight mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure interventions do not undermine service delivery in other functional areas. In summary, they feel that the bill represents an important step towards a more coherent, transparent, and constitutionally compliant framework for intergovernmental support and intervention. The 12th submission came from the local government advocacy and learning framework, which feels that the bill was unnecessary as the existing constitutional and legislative framework already provide for interventions. However, if Parliament proceeds with implementing the bill, then they suggest certain shortcomings and recommendations that the committee should take into consideration. As far as constitutionality was concerned, the bill is felt to be unconstitutional because it tries to redefine a municipality without recognizing the community as a core component, and then in that process it undermines the local government object as envisaged in the Constitution. And then they reiterate the point that the bill is redundant as it introduces provisions that are already entrenched in the Constitution. And then they refer to specific clauses, clause 21A, and they feel that is a duplication of existing constitutional obligations. Clause 2, they feel that section 51.4 already provides for what this clause is trying to do. And then clause 21C, they feel that these processes are already self-executing in chapter 13 of the PFMA. And then clause 2.2, they feel that it overlaps with existing legislation. Clause 3, they feel that it's already provided for in the current intergovernmental forums. And then clause 3, they feel that the actors already participate in intergovernmental forums and cabinet processes, and then there's no new institutional value being added. Then clauses 3 and 4, they feel that the bill here creates parallel structures without clarifying exactly how they differ or improve upon the existing statutory forums. And then clause 4, they feel that this is already entrenched in section 100 of the Constitution and offers no additional clarity. And then clause 4.2, the shortcoming here is that the delegation risk fragmenting accountability, since section 100 places responsibility squarely on the national executive as a collective. And then clause 4, subsection 4 and 4, they feel that this creates a circular framework. Powers are delegated, but responsibility remains, which adds administrative complexity without operational benefit. And then clause 5, they feel that it mirrors clause 4 and that it duplicates section 139 of the Constitution. And then clause 5, they feel that it dilutes the constitutional requirement that the Executive Council as a whole must act, thereby risking inconsistency and weakening collective accountability. Clause 6, they feel that section 25 of the Constitution already vests executive authority in the Premier, and that the section therefore adds no new value. Then clause 6, it risks uneven application and undermines the constitutional principles of coherent government. And then clause 6, they feel that it is valid, but it does duplicate the constitutional framework under section 125 of the Constitution. And then with regard to clause 7, they feel that monitoring of provincial executive obligation is already a function of the Department of COPTA and the Presidency, and then assigning this to the DPSA will create overlaps and potential conflict. And then clause 8, they feel that the clause adds procedural layers without clarifying exactly how they improve responsiveness. And then clause 8.4 to 6, these, while they appear to be valid, the timelines may delay urgent interventions in cases of imminent failure, undermining the constitutional imperative of effective governance. Then clause 9, they also list there the shortcomings that this effectively creates jobs or secondments to perform the work of incompetent staff rather than addressing the root problem. Then clause 10, they feel that here the clause duplicates monitoring functions already existing under section 100 of the Constitution. And then clause 11, they also feel that it duplicates the constitutional framework under section 100 of the Constitution. Clause 11, they feel that it adds unnecessary layer of bureaucracy since cabinet already functions collectively and is constitutionally mandated to act as the national executive. Clause 12, they feel that is already entrenched in section 100 of the Constitution. Clause 13, while this seems valid, it duplicates existing requirements under the Constitution and under the Administrative Justice Act. Clause 14, they feel that the obligations are already entrenched in section 100 of the Constitution. Clause 15, they feel that section 139 of the Constitution already provide for this, for the authority envisaged in this particular clause. Then clause 16 mirrors section 139(2) of the Constitution, which already prescribe notification obligations. Clause 17 is already entrenched under the specified legislation. Then clause 18 already it's also deemed to be restating existing obligations without clarifying the standards. Clause 19, the current constitutional framework already obliges national and provincial government to support and monitor municipalities. Clause 19, they feel that the monitoring of municipalities is already a statutory function of the Department of COPTA and the AG under the Municipal Systems Act. And then the bill risks overlapping and creating confusion in institutional mandates. And clause 20, it felt to be duplicating section 139 of the Constitution. Clause 21, it's also deemed to be duplication without strengthening accountability. Clause 22 is felt to be aiding bureaucracy without substantive improvement. Clause 23 also is felt to be aiding no substantive innovation. Clause 24 is deemed to be risking overlapping confusion of institutional mandates once again. And clause 25, it adds procedural repetition without clarifying standards for remedial action. And then clause 26 is also accused of duplication without strengthening accountability. Clause 27 provides for the review of national intervention. The bill here does not specify who's responsible for conducting the review, what criteria must be applied, or how the findings must be enforced, and then they detail the consequences of such omission or deficiency. And then clause 28, risk arbitrary amendment and undermines security for provinces subject to intervention. Clause 29 to 30, they duplicate review and amendment processes already set out earlier. Clause 31 to 34 are a derivative of obligations already imposed in earlier chapters. Clauses 33 and 36, they replicate the provincial framework almost verbatim, confirming existing structural duplication rather than innovation. And then clauses 67 to 72, they don't introduce any new safeguards. And then finally, clauses 73 to 78, they are conventional clause in provisions, but they don't, they are substantively hollow. And then submission 13 came from CoLab Africa, which declared a broad support for the bill's objectives and recognizes the importance of establishing a clear and more coherent framework for monitoring intervention when municipalities are unable or risk being unable to fulfill their objective obligations. And then they deal with section 55, which clarifies how the municipal early warning system should be governed in practice. Then section 37, they feel that the bill should more clearly require relevant departments to cooperate and respond seamlessly when support is requested and provide clearer mechanisms to enable coordinated intergovernmental support. Then as far as section 38 is concerned, they feel that the absence of indicative timeframes for provincial assessment and support may contribute to delays and should be addressed. Section 39, they feel that timeframes should be aligned to support timely escalation and decision making. And then section 40, they feel that the role of statutory oversight bodies should be clarified as regards to alerting provincial executive to potential non-fulfillment of executive obligations. Clause 41, where a provincial executive chooses to take alternative steps instead of initiating a formal intervention, the reasons for this decision should be clearly documented and made publicly accessible. Section 44, where organs of state are unable or unwilling to provide requested assistance, they should be required to provide reasons and, where possible, indicate when such assistance may become available, and this would strengthen accountability and coordination across government. And clause 42 is clarify expectation regarding the duration of suspensions to avoid the practice of prolonged unresolved suspensions that continue to impose financial cost on municipalities through ongoing remuneration whilst people are suspended. And then section 66, in addition, consideration should be given to how information from intervention is analyzed and used to inform future supports and intervention practices across the local government system. And then submission 14 was received from the Commission for Gender Equality. Then they refer to section 1 in order to address the bill's failure to view non-fulfillment of executive obligation through a gender or social impact lens. The Commission proposes that section 1 definition of executive obligation be amended to include a part of the definition, the mandatory implementation of employment equity plans, gender mainstreaming policies, and compliance with national codes of practices regarding workplace harassment and the protection of pregnant or breastfeeding employees. Regarding section 3, to deal with the lack of gender within management of local government, the Commission proposes that this section be amended to include a provision obligating the coordinating committee to strive for a 50-50 gender representation. Regarding section 71 and section 7 and 35, they are welcome sections, but these sections do not view non-fulfillment through a gender or social impact lens. So these failures would have a disproportionately adverse effect on women and children, but the bill does not seem to be cognizant of this. And then regarding section 79, section 9 and 37, they are welcome introductions with the additional proposition that this section should include a provision providing for gender mainstreaming support, gender responsiveness planning and budgeting, and capacity building to address failures affecting women and children. Sections 11 and 40, they feel that decision-making criteria for intervention set out in this section focus primarily on legal compliance and financial or administrative failure. The bill does not require a social impact assessment or gender audits. And without integrating these particular tools, the intervention risk restoring administrative order while leaving structural inequalities unaddressed. With regards to section 19, which sets out the consequences for any individual implicated in maladministration, that the Commission feels that the section does not explicitly recognize willful neglect of gender-sensitive executive obligations. And then regarding sections 33 and 66, they feel that the bill should provide for gender impact reporting. The Commission is of the view that all intervention reports must include a gender impact report. And then regarding section 67, they feel that to incorporate a gender responsive approach, the Commission proposes that the fit and proper criteria set out in this section be amended to include the requirement that a person may not be appointed as an administrator unless such a person has demonstrated an understanding of gender responsive budgeting, human rights obligations, and socially responsive governance. And then regarding sections 67 to 71, regulate eligibility, appointment, and accountability of administrators, but do not require gender parity or gender competence. The Commission welcomes the introduction of structured and incremental intervention steps allowing escalation from directives to assumption of executive obligations. It positively notes the introduction of national and provincial coordinating committees. It positively notes the introduction of regulated appointment of administrators and related personnel and consequent management mechanism to address maladministration and obstruction. However, it is concerned that while the foregoing mechanisms strengthen governance, they remain largely technocratic and fiscally oriented, with insufficient attention being given to gender impacts of executive failure and intervention. The 15th submission was received from the City of Cape Town, from the Office of the Executive Mayor. They are concerned with ambiguity. Section 139 of the Constitution only contemplates intervention in a municipality by the national executive in terms of subsection 7. It was felt that the bill is ambiguous in its interpretation of section 139 subsection 7. And this particular aspect should be tightened up to make it clear that the prerogative to consider an intervention in a municipality lies with the relevant province in the first place. Oversight sufficiency, there's a significant question as to whether the current layers of oversight are sufficient, or if the existing reporting requirements already in place would be sufficient to determine whether how local governments are performing. A formal assessment of the bill's contents should be conducted to address areas that appear repetitive. There was no dispute resolution factored into the bill. They feel that a municipality or a province that is deemed to need targeted assistance should be able to challenge such imposed support if it's not adequately evidenced. Evidence of non-compliance, loading municipal financial systems with evidence of non-compliance is increasing storage capacity and is costly, as is the writing of the system customization. These requirements in the bill must be subject to consultation and budgetary contributions. Then they raised the issue of tainted administrators, whereby past practices have seen administrators being tasked with roles, but they themselves are under a cloud. They feel that such individuals should not be part of a financial recovery intervention and should be excluded. And then they go to specific section, and then section 1 to include the definition of targeted support. Regarding section 8, subsection 6, they feel that this section should be expanded to accommodate a potential appeal to the president in this particular scenario. Such an amendment would also require that the decision to be taken in terms of subsection 4 be communicated timeously to the applicant with reasons. Then regarding section 11 and 14, before making a recommendation to the national executive, the national coordinating committee should invite the affected province with reasonable notice to respond to the notice of intervention to impose a national intervention. And then they ask why there is no provision for appeal to the premier or the minister if the MEC fails to respond within the stipulated time frame as envisaged in section 36. Regarding section 39, it should be clear from the language in this section that it is triggered either where the relevant MEC for local government informs the minister in terms of the specified section that the province does not have the skills to provide a municipality the support contemplated or that the province has failed to take the steps to address the impending or actual non-fulfillment of an executive obligation. Therefore, they recommend that subsection 5 should precede subsection 2. Regarding section 40, in addition to providing an opportunity to the relevant municipality to comment, those views and response letters should be included in the report to the provincial executive for consideration. Should the MEC recommend the approval of the provincial intervention. Section 44, to a change, they recommend to change national department and national public entity to provincial department and provincial public entity. Regarding section 52, section 65, subsection 2, there is incorrect reference to subsection 2 and should refer to subsection 5. Finally, in section 74, they propose consider including an upper limit on the fine value. Submission 16 was received from Mr. Henrik Dutoy, who was a former employee of the Department of Water and Sanitation, and that he is interested in the intervention being the intervention in terms of section 169 being using the model of the intervention in terms of section 63 of the Water Services Act. So he proposes that the bill should replicate that particular process. The 17th submission was received from AfriForum. Their general position is that they support the objective of strengthening intervention mechanisms where municipalities demonstrably or persistently fail to meet their constitutional and statutory obligation. And then they highlight the issue of community participation as a key, whereby they accuse the bill of largely conceptualizing intervention as an intergovernmental process with limited provisions for a structured community input. They therefore recommend that there should be a mandatory community consultation whenever the municipal intervention was being contemplated. And then they advocate for the issue of civil society partnership, whereby they feel that the bill should explicitly enable a structured cooperation with capable civil society actors, of course, subject to appropriate safeguards. And then they highlight the need to address underlying structural causes. And they feel that without addressing these root causes, the interventions risk becoming a temporary administrative substitutions that delay collapse rather than restore a sustainable governance. Then they raise the issue of financial accountability. They are concerned that the bill permits the recovery of intervention costs from municipalities and thereby having taxpayers and residents footing the bill and bearing the financial burden of failed governance. And then they advocate for independent oversight, whereby they feel that oversight mechanisms under the bill remain largely procedural and reactive with limited scope for independent assessment. Then the 18th, and I believe the last submission, was received from the Youth Policy Lab, South Africa. They advocate for an impartial oversight body. They feel that there's a danger of political misuse where interventions serve factional disputes, especially in coalition councils. They feel that there is a limited inclusion of traditional leaders and persons with disabilities. And then consequence management, they feel should go beyond the suspension of accounting officers and involve political leaders who may drive the failures that trigger the need for intervention. Then they raised the issue of unfunded mandates, that there was a risk of persistence as far as this was concerned, and that small municipalities faced structural funding weaknesses. And then they advocate for an alignment with the revised local government funding model to ensure sustainability of finances. Then they raise the issue of transparency, that monitoring outcomes and support plans are often withheld from the public, and so this should be published in the Government Gazette and local newspapers. Regarding section 13 and 42, they should be amended to include a mandatory independent assessment phase. And then sections 22, 52, and 61, they currently focus on accounting officers. And then they reiterate the point that the consequence management should also apply to the executive authority, i.e. MECs and the mayors. And then sections 25 and 26, 25 and 56, they advocate for the expansion of the list of parties to be notified to include the national and provincial houses of traditional and cohesion leaders. Section 26 is called for an amendment to require that all reports submitted to the NCOP must be published on a publicly accessible national portal within 7 days. Then section 37 and 38 should be amended to clarify that support is not merely technical, but must include financial recovery strategies that align with the DORA. And then section 51. Section 51 should insert a provision requiring that intervention teams include experts in inclusive service delivery to ensure the rights of persons with disabilities are maintained. Lastly, this is section 79. This is the specific section where penalties for obstructions are listed. The proposed amendments here could define what constitutes willful hindrance. That was the last of the marathon submissions, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andile. Indeed, it was a marathon presentation. Honorable members, it sounds to me the submissions are pretty complex to deal with in the session such as this one. In any case, it's just part of the process. So I think we are now aware of what written submissions are. We need to look at a program of how to take this whole matter forward. So could I just request that Shireen gives us a framework of the program of what could be followed to take this process forward, and if we can just walk through it quickly so we can have members commenting on the whole thing. I think what we're dealing with here is that we need to get public views. There's already written submissions. They are closed. They need to be noted. And then we will go into a session where we deal with the public hearings and then combine everything and sit down and do an analysis thereof. So just walk through this briefly, Shireen.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Afternoon, members and Chairperson. We have a draft program of how to process the bill. I just want to inform members that apart from advertising in newspapers, the committee also posted the advert on the social media accounts of Parliament. That's Facebook, Twitter, and the X accounts, and that was done in in August last year. By November, we only received 4 submissions, and then it was requested that we maybe approach the provinces and other institutions to make submissions, which we did. We wrote to provincial departments. We got the submissions from the Eastern Cape, Northwest, and KZN. And then the committee also extended the deadline for the submissions. And this extension was advertised on the parliamentary website. And that is when we received most of the other submissions. So, Chairperson, we looked at option 1. And at the moment, we do have dates for stakeholder engagements. That is engaging with the stakeholders that made submissions so that members can clarify issues in the submissions that they want to raise. So we have dates, and as you can see, we for the dates of the 10th, 17th, 24, and 31 March, we did put in what organizations and departments we have for the respective dates. Then we'll get a response from the department, the state law advisor, and the parliamentary advisors on the inputs made by the organizations. And if we don't look at public hearings, then the dates in May we'll use as deliberations, and then the amendments to the bill and the adoption. If we do the public hearing spot, we'll still have the stakeholder engagement as is in our current program. Then there's a week from 21 to 30, 2 weeks actually in the current parliamentary program that can be used for committees. So we can look at those dates to have public hearings in provinces, and then the subsequent dates that we can use for the report on the public hearings, and then we'll have to get responses again from the department and the law advisors. And then in June, look at deliberating on the bill. And by the end of June, we look at the adoption of the bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. I need your comments now. Effectively, I think our approach has to be, we note there's inputs, then what do we say about the program? If we can just guide on that, then we can take it forward. Honorable Labuschagne.
I want to start off by saying that either option 1 or option 2, I'm comfortable with. I, however, want to say that it seems to me that we are going to have inputs, written comments and inputs from most of the 9 provinces. And then in option 1, there is stakeholder engagements, and then in option 2, there is a possibility of a 1 week or a 2 week of public hearings in the provinces again. Given the fact that, yes, the broader public can have an input, but this bill is specifically on a technical and an administrative sort of nature, concerns municipalities and the management of municipalities and the effect of that and the impact of that on the public, but mainly the municipalities and provinces. So I'm just wondering if we not, have a double thing, that we have the inputs from the provinces, and we might consider to ask him to come and do an oral thing so that we can have a discussion with him and get clarity on it, and then to have a second round of inputs from in provinces from the same stakeholders. I don't know if we have the time for that. That's just my take on that. And then one other thing that I have a concern about is we also have the municipal systems bill that is programmed for the 31st of March that we also have to process. Will we be able to run with 2 bills simultaneously? or do we have to finish the IMSI bill before we can go on to the next bill? Because if that is the case, I would go for option one, so that we can process the the other bill that was actually prioritized last year, and see that we will give a priority to that bill and see that we can process that bill before the next election. Thank you, Chair.
So, Honorable Labuschagne, you're proposing we don't combine the bills. We'd rather pick on one, prioritize, and move on. I think the issue is, yes, proceed.
No, sir, I'm not proposing that. I'm asking. I don't have a problem that if we can do two bills simultaneously, not on the same days, obviously, but I don't have a problem with that. I don't think. I'm not sure. My background on processing bills is from the NCOP, where committees or select committees process various bills at the same time. But I'm not okay with the practice in the NA on that.
Okay, honorable members, let's comment. I think our biggest problem here is that we need to demonstrate that there's been adequate public participation, consultation, which requires a lot of time, and at the same time, the level of productivity in our case is going to be affected by how much time is available for the additional bills, but it's also going to determine whether we can do anything else other than doing public hearings for the year, when in fact we've got a whole area of monitoring of municipalities on the side, and we're going to be having a scramble for time to do all these things within the financial year before we even get to the elections. So let's hear the members, what the members are saying, and I appreciate your approach, Honorable Labuschagne. We can take either one of the two. If they can be combined, it might be easiest, because then you move into one province once for two, instead of going away and then come back for another thing. It takes twice the amount of time. So let's look at that, and I think what Sherin needs to give us is a sense of whether it's possible to get those bills paired, so that when we move along, we tackle both at the same time. Remember, we have a couple of bills that are outstanding, so we need to look at that. For me, if there was a way of dealing with several bills per sitting in a province and stakeholder engagement, you rather have that than to actually go around 3 times for 3 bills, instead of going once, cover all of them, and move on. So let's hear the members' comment on the matter. And Sherin, you could also look at that, and whether, if we take these comments into account, does it amend your proposed approaches? Honorable members? Okay, let's start with this issue. Sherin, is it possible to do a combined program of outreach, participation, public participation on not one but several bills that might be ready at a particular time, so that you can do one round per province for the combination of the 2 bills? Is that possible to do? Sherin?
Sorry, Chairperson, I was just speaking to the Parliamentary Law Advisor, because we haven't done something like this in the past. The challenge is that
What have we not done in the past?
Running public hearings for two separate bills at the same time.
Okay, it's at the same sitting, doesn't have to be the same time. Just depends. But anyway, okay, what are you hearing?
What they're saying, maybe we must look at sessions, maybe do the one bill from, say, 9 to 1, and then we have a session on the other bill so that we don't confuse members or the public on which bill that we're dealing with. But I see the law advisor's hand is raised. Maybe she can give us some insight, because I haven't heard of other committees, but maybe they have heard of other committees that did that, Chair.
Wait a bit, Sherin, so that we don't confuse issues. I'll come to the legal team just now. Let's start with the basics. Do we have a prospect of two bills being ready so that when we start a program, they could both be ready for public hearings? Do we have that? If the answer is yes or no, then we can move to the next question, which is what the legal team wants to do.
Sorry, Chairperson. The municipal structures, the coalition bill has not been tabled to Parliament yet. So what we have on the 31st is if of the 31st of March, if the bill is tabled to Parliament, we'll have the initial briefing by the department. But that only depends if the bill has been tabled to Parliament.
Okay.
So for now, the bill hasn't been tabled.
Okay, let's have the legal team. Tilana?
Hi, Chief. Sorry, yes, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I don't see a problem with running both bills at the same time, but like Shireen says, you can't conflate the issue with the Public Administrative Management Bill and the Public Service Commission Act and the Public Service Act. There were three bills that the PC, Public Service and Administration, were running at the same time. And when I say running at the same time, all three were introduced to Parliament at the same time. This is not the case with MC and the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. The Systems Act hasn't been introduced yet. So now we sit with the bill before the committee, and the committee needs to get on with it. It needs to start the process as soon as possible in terms of processing the bill. I don't think we should wait. In my opinion, I don't think the committee should wait for the introduction of the other bill. I think the committee should proceed with where they are at and continue with the public participation process, and then looking at making amendments to the bill if the committee sees so fit. I don't think that we should be waiting for the introduction of the second bill. I hope that makes it a little clear.
Yeah, it does make it a little clear, except you're solving one problem. We're solving two different problems.
Sorry.
Your problem is the legal technical approach, which we do accept the advice. Our problem is two things. The cost, you've said it shouldn't be a factor. I do know it will be a factor because we have to run on a budget. Two, we're going to have a problem of the time, because our major focus is around oversight, and then oversight requires us to have so much time to be able to cover all the municipalities. Now, then in between, we need space to do community participation. Now, if you picked up from Honorable Labus Kachne, they have done this in the National Council of Provinces. Practically, there is no contradiction as such. The question is how you prepare it, how you arrange it, and so on. And the two bills, there is the MC bill, there is the demarcation plan is gone. So we've got the couple of bills. There's still the traditional Khoisan House leadership bill. So it also depends how quickly that thing comes, because if it might come whilst before we start the program, it still allows us space to review the program. But anyway, let's have the members comment. Honorable Labus Kachne.
Yes, on my side, it's just a question of clarity, and I may the process of the Municipal Systems Bill, the Coalition Bill, that was a private member's bill that was actually brought to Parliament, ATC'd and presented to the committee. In that process, the department said, but they actually have their own bill. Then we decided that there should be consultation between the private member and the department, which happened. And then the department said, okay, these two bills will now be sort of merged into one bill from the department. So I'm just not clear on the process that says, I can see that the department bill has not now been introduced to Parliament. But it's scheduled for us on our program on the 31st. Is that for the department to give feedback on the process? What is that in the program? Then I think if we don't sort it out today or talk about it today, we should prioritize that and say, what is the way forward? Because that was in our program given to us that bill would have been come to the committee already in last year, November. Then it was moved from the November to February. We're in February now. Now it's at the end of March, and now it's said it's not been before Parliament yet. So I think we need a clear guideline on what is happening here. And yes, our focus is on oversight, but according to the Constitution, we have a twofold role, and that is oversight and legislation. So I think we have to prioritize both of them and see if we can do maybe two bills at the same time in the same place, so that we have enough time for public participation. 2 sessions a day. I think 3 sessions a day on 3 different bills will be pushing it a little bit. I wouldn't go for that. I would go for 2 bills at the same time in the same province. That can be done, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and it will be time saving time as well as cost. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think firstly, let's clear the issue of the constitutional obligation of our Parliament. It's both oversight and lawmaking, so we're not going to make a choice of one or the other. So let's put that one aside. Now, let's come back to the practicalities. If you look at this, there is this IMSI bill, there is also the coalitions bill, there is also the traditional Khoisan leadership bill. Now, whether we like it or not, what is likely to become a factor is the prospects of passing the bill quicker if we have a structured program, and a situation where we're likely to have a much longer drawn process of public consultation. Now, where I sit, I have a sense that in the first instance, we may be heading for a much longer consultative process on the National Khoisan Leadership Bill, because of the whole new constituency that has been identified that needs to be thoroughly engaged to try and correct the problem of the past. Doesn't push the bill further back, but what it says is that we need to be realistic about the thoroughness of the consultation as opposed to the pressure on trying to conclude the process, because we won't be able to achieve both. Now, coming back to the 2 bills that might still then be on our, which might be now on our program, would be this current bill, which is the IMSI bill, and then the coalitions bill. Now, just to get back to the history of that, the coalitions bill, we need to put pressure for the department to release, because for one, I do know that the 2 bills, the private members bill and the department's bill, were combined. So to be frank now, we no longer have the private members bill. It was all absorbed into the one bill. What has happened, which is unfortunate, is that the bill has been delayed. Should have been with us in November. So looking at the matters in it, it's probably going to be very interesting in public debates, but a lot of principles are almost streamlined there. So you're not likely to get a kind of situation where it's a long, open-ended process. So you might want to deal with those two bills, but the question is whether it can come out in time before we can start with the one bill that is ready. Because if that happens, we can then adjust the program and then do the two bills at the same time and move on. Technically, having two different sessions is fine. Depending on whether the third bill is available or not, then we can see whether we can still fit the third one or not. If you, feel it's pushing it a bit, it's going to be up to the energy of the committee. There's not a big problem there. What we must not overlook is the fact that the oversight program has got a lot of pressure on time on us. Yet these two bills anyway can be dealt with and be processed and be concluded, within the foreseeable future. So that means we need to put pressure to get the department to submit its bill. I don't know where they are on this bill, on the coalition's bill, but a lot of issues were more or less streamlined there. Was what we discussed and the various options. It's a matter of us sitting down, getting the views of the public, and then sit down and trying to see if we can narrow down the choices. Now, from what we had already from the private member and the department, it's not difficult to reach certain degrees of consensus on certain of these issues, which means, therefore, the processing can actually be undertaken with reasonable rapidity, as it were. On the other hand, the fact that it has not been tabled to Parliament becomes a stumbling block on which we can't plan because we don't have the bill on our schedule yet. So that becomes the only hitch. But I would still say, going forward, what would be useful is to adopt an approach based on the phases, on the options that Sharon has tabled, and then say we will take that and then keep in mind a possibility of the coalition's bill being brought in. And if it is, then we'll have to quickly revise and see whether we can incorporate the program for public participation on that bill, move on with it, and then we don't have to stall. Then we wait for the national traditional Khoisan leadership bill to come, then we can look at how we deal with it. But this way, it will allow us the flexibility to be able to review the program and push the two bills at the same time and move on. So I think the outstanding, the first issue here to do is to firstly say, can we generally agree tentatively on this program? And then in the process, we then will follow the department to see how quickly they will be able to give us second bill. If we do that, we'll make progress on the basis of what we are agreeing now as a program, which is subject to review if the bill comes to the Parliament on time. Then we can move on. Then the traditional Khoisan leadership bill will be considered as and when it actually comes up, because it will require a much more different format of consultation than what we might be doing here. So it allows us to move on. So my proposal is we sit, which of those options do we see? Let's adopt it tentatively, and then we will then be in touch with the minister to see whether this bill can come in. If it does, we'll come back and then say, let's review and incorporate the two together. Then we move two bills at the same time. Then it gives us a little bit more space to be able to manage things as we go forward. Can we take that approach, honorable members?
I support. Chair.
Supported, Chair.
Thank you. So,
Councillor Sam, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tilana, your consent.
Agree with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Your concern, Tilana, becomes a practical issue. When we structure the program, you should bring your inputs there so that we can see how we structure the day so that it fits. Then there's no bill that would be said to have been undermined or overlooked in the process. Then we can move on. But from the point of view of taking this thing forward, let's adopt the approach. We will start the hearings. We will be pushing for the other bills so that we combine them. And then when we do the hearings, we will always make sure that they are separated so that they are properly recorded. Each one can stand on its own as a proper consultative process that cannot be challenged legally and so on. That's your area. And then we can then move on. And then the traditional Cohesion Leadership Act will then be dealt with separately. Telana?
Yes, Chair, 100%. I'm in agreement.
All right, honorable members, are we comfortable with the whole process then? Because we can then step off this issue. Agreed. No objections. Then, thank you so much. Let's close the issue then. Shireen, you will then structure this into a resolution in terms of our program going forward. And the only proviso we're adding is that we're going to load the coalition's bill as soon as it's available so that we can start. Even if it comes in the middle of the process of having gone to one or two provinces, we can load it on and then come back to the outstanding province later. Then at least we can close the gap, because for the same time, once we've attended, we'll be able to do more progress than if we were to wait and come back and do the same cycle when we're actually doing one bill each time, and yet the bill will be ready by then. So that's fine. Thank you very much. Let me then say thank you to all the members from the, I'm sure, the department. We want to say thank you to you. The legal team, thank you to you as well, and all those who have supported this discussion. COCTA, DG, we want to say thank you to your entire team. And so let's release you at this point. Let's put the agenda back so that the committee can just clear the committee issues after all of the presentations are sorted. Let's put back the agenda, and we want to excuse all the other members. We'll remain with the members of the committee directly.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please put up the agenda.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, honorable members, let's deal with the program of where we go from here. Our next programs going forward. Shireen? Shireen, are you still around? We only released members of the department.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just loading the program quick.
Okay. Just go through that program and then have the members note that.
Members, yeah, with the program going forward, for tomorrow we will have the meeting with the religious leaders. No, this is, sorry. We have the wrong program.
All right, let's do this whilst you're loading the program. We did appeal for members to make themselves available for tomorrow meeting with the religious leaders. I did realize the members
we do have the right program.
Yes, let me talk
Initially-
about this issue whilst
Yeah.
you're loading that on. I'm not sure we've got the right program, but anyway.
Chairperson, initially we had the systems, the briefing on the systems, the structures amendment bill, the coalition bill on the program. But because it was not ready, we took that off the program. And then the meeting with the church leaders would have been on the 7th of March. But because of the urgency of the matter, and the fact that we had the opening in the program, we moved the engagement with the religious leaders to tomorrow. And then on the 7th of March, I believe there is a sitting in the morning, so we won't be able to have a meeting on that day. And there's also meetings on Fridays in the program that was not on the program when we had our committee program approved. So we'll have to make provision for some of the meetings that will be clashing with the sittings of Parliament on Fridays. We'll have to make extra provision for that and get approval from the House Chairperson where the House is sitting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, it looks like your program does need quite a bit of cleaning up. But let me come back firstly to say the reason why we thought we must have the meeting for tomorrow with the religious leaders is the fact that there's been a lot of calls and restlessness from the religious leaders on this matter, to the extent that, in fact, not only was the matter taken to court, but the marches are starting up again. And yet in the past, we had actually attended to the marches and took the memorandum. Now, members will recall that at the time, I had proposed that we should go ahead with the meetings with the religious leaders and the CRL, because that would have constituted an engagement by Parliament with the affected leaders. Now, the committee advised differently. The committee then said, no, let's have the legal opinion first, then we can have those meetings. Now, in my discussion with some of the leaders, I had raised with them the fact that we were uncertain about the legal implication of their court application in the case of our engagement with them. One of the pastors actually thought we were making an excuse to avoid talking to them. And I told him that, in fact, it's our understanding of how they drafted their papers, that the matter was beyond any other alternative facilitatory process. And the committee wanted to be certain that this is the issue. And of course, members will recall that the papers, and in terms of the legal opinion, did not cite Parliament in any way to restrain Parliament from engaging on this matter. So they felt the legal opinion indicated that there was no restriction in us meeting these particular members. Now, in the face of the public utterances where they feel they've been neglected, they've written to the president, they've written to the speaker, they've written to minister, and there's no meaningful engagement, we felt it was not wise to delay this discussion further, because from what I see, we're not going to end up with one meeting. We're going to end up with several meetings. So for the members who are engaged already tomorrow, we'll accept their apologies. We do understand. We just need to give this platform to the religious leaders to table their issues we won't be able to conclude on those issues because we also still need to engage the people the other leaders who had different views at the beginning of this whole process. We also do need to have the CRL now. Whether CRL is present tomorrow or not is a matter of whether we can find them. But if we do, it would be useful. If we don't, it doesn't stop the meeting. So, because the religious leaders are talking to us as a committee. So, for those who are a bit uncomfortable about the timing of the meeting, please do appreciate our constraint in this matter. We have to proceed with this meeting. Nevertheless, it's not the last meeting. There will be other meetings because the original plan we had was CRL plus those members, religious leaders that were in concurrence, and then, of course, CRL present when the others who are opposed are present. Now, it seems to me there's been a combination that's happened here. There may be those who might have agreed with the process at the beginning who have since shifted their views for various reasons, and the example of that is the resignation of the chairperson of the Section 22 committee, which is Professor Kulu, who was supposed to convene it. And he almost denounced the process that he was supposed to lead on the basis of various concerns that he has. Now, we won't engage with that at this point, but when we get in tomorrow, we'll listen to everything that comes. So that's the one aspect. The second aspect is that there's a legal opinion which members do have at this point. Now, the legal opinion, the question which I was asking myself was whether do we share that or we don't share that. At this point, I would say there's nothing secretive about this matter because when you've got a matter like this going to court, then we'll in any case have to share all the documentation. But I would say that we probably want to share that tomorrow with them to say we just wanted to understand what is what in this case. Now, a few things that this legal opinion highlights. Firstly, is the fact that the Parliament is not cited in this matter as a respondent that need to feel restrained in any way about the process of engagement. Secondly, it raises the question of whether our process on the portfolio committee report that lapsed in 2018, whether in fact such a process how do we interact with it as a portfolio committee? And their view was we have inherited the work. Everything that was done up to that point remains valid. Anything from that point of the receipt of that document by the committee needs to be looked at by us, and that is whether we have any issues that need to be reviewed or corrected in the report. If that is the case, we are free to engage with that report. If the issue is that we want to take the report further for adoption by a parliament, there are two ways of dealing with it. One is to have a motion raised by the whip who just request that this report must be tabled, or the other one is for us to look at it, readopt it as a committee, and then take it forward in whatever manner we think we deem fit. So that's another aspect. Now, I think that aspect is important for us to deliberate on, not necessarily now or tomorrow, but it is important to deliberate on that because obviously from where we sit, there's a lot more divergence of views now than I could pick up from the report that was tabled before. So we do need to have a way of how we go about that matter. The next issue that they raise relates to the fact that the CRL committee has been done in terms of the roles and responsibilities of the CRL, the Section 22 committee. There is nothing illegal about Section 22 committee. That's the main issue. And therefore, the processes of the CRL to establish a Section 22 report is not affected by what we as the committee, portfolio committee, would adopt, because they derive their duties, the duties from the constitutional framework and legal framework that guides them as to they can set such a committee up. So on its own, the committee is not illegal. and we do not have a way of stopping them from actually going ahead with that Section 22 committee. Then this is why I came to indicate, although not specific in the legal opinion, that ultimately there isn't a way we can avoid this matter being settled in court, because the question is not whether the CRL has got a responsibility to regulate religion. It does not. The question is whether, in the terms of reference of the Section 22 committee, in the procedures that have been followed, consultative processes, does that all constitute an unconstitutional act of the CRL already interfering or infringing on the freedom of religion as guaranteed by the Constitution? Now, it's the same thing that is on the table. It's a matter of whether the one group interprets it properly or the other interprets it differently, and neither of us can rule on that except the courts. So we might end up with the matter in any case going to court, but we need to be clear what are these issues that are going to court, and it does not necessarily undermine the work of the committee, but it also means the committee, there's a limit to how far the committee can adjudicate over the constitutionality of the actions of the committee, of the Section 22 committee, or of the CRL committee. So we might end up going that route. And I'm mentioning this because it may not be helpful when the committee, the CRL, feels that they are well within their rights to take certain decisions, and they interpret them as not being harmful to the protection of the freedom of religion in Constitution, and the other members feel it does. And the committee cannot necessarily be an arbiter, because then it becomes a constitutional matter that the committee may not be having any competence to judge over. So I think we must make peace with the fact that we've got a facilitatory and a reconciliatory role to play. But when it comes to the determination, it might end up having to be a court matter. Whether we get there or not depends on whether these members can reach agreement in our presence, in our platform, or not. So that is why I thought I need to guide this discussion as we do tomorrow. So we will share with them the legal opinion, and in the process, we will then obviously then go out to listen to their views and take a view of how we take the matter forward. Can I hold it at that for now, and then say what Shirin must do is to clean up the rest of the program, that all the items fall onto the right space. We do need to start calling back all those municipalities that are outstanding and get those that were supposed to report back last year and start pushing them so that we can get a sense of sorry about that. So that would be the issue in terms of preparing the program going forward. Can I hold it at that, honorable members? Let's get your comments. Honorable Sompa, I see you wanted to raise issues already. But all members, you are free to comment. Okay. In that case, it means we're all together. So we will conclude by saying, one, we note the apologies of those who will not be present tomorrow. I'm aware that Honorable Fanseil Labuskachne would be affected. Honorable Kalipi will also be affected. I think Sompa Masiu as well as Ndamase may all be affected. And so if anyone else didn't get, we can just update the list properly. But I'm just saying I'm aware. So that's the first issue. The meeting will proceed. We have a number of members who are coming. As to how many they are, we're not going to restrain them. We just have targeted a number of leaders who will actually be acting as spokesperson for this group, and so we will take the issues from there. Then, so that process will proceed, and then we will update each other when we meet as a committee. Then the rest of the program will come up at the end of not tomorrow's meeting, but subsequently, so we can see what is the best way to deal with them. And we also need to factor in all these other issues that I've raised. Honourable members, if we all agree, we could leave it at that. I wait to see if there's a hand of anything outstanding or any disagreement or concerns. Okay. In that case, let me then ask that we bring this meeting to the end at this point. And just confirm the time for tomorrow, Shireen.
Thank you, Chairperson. The meeting will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. You
Okay,
will
thank
send
you.
the link and the agenda after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, therefore, we'll meet tomorrow for those who will be available. And then this meeting is adjourned. Thanks to all of the members. Meeting adjourned. Have a lovely day. Thank you.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Welcome, Honorable Saint.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate out of here.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kai, thank you. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.